Cue the music. So yes, Mr. President, sir. We want more than that, son. I want just a couple of you. Morning, folks. Well, couple of interesting things to observe here whilst these two F-15s taxi out, stand by. Eagles, strike eagles. There's a trainer over there. Kind of looks like a strike eagle, but it's definitely a trainer. There's another one around to the left, which is in camo. But here we go, folks. Russell Sprout. Blustery, too right. You're probably picking that up on the mic. Deal with it, if you would, please. Saw a couple of inert missiles being transported on the back of a There's a few Hawks there, Jerry, and some Alpha jets. Thank you for that. Hawk of the Aggressor squadron, Steve Stibbons saying. Thank you, Steve. These are F-15E Strike Eagles, the uprated from the F-15C and Ds and all that kind of malarkey. Visible by the big bulge either side of the intakes, look. See the big bulge? That's actually an extra fuel tank, giving it longer range. These are drop tanks. You still see the pins hanging out the bottom of the jet. Now the ground crews will go to work. You might see a little F&F check with the pilots. Listen to this. A lot of people would maybe think that these jets have got, you know, high thrust power engines, but they haven't, because the jet is obviously extremely lightweight. Got twin engines on these things, and power to weight ratio is the thing that we're talking about here. Now you'll see markings on the tail fins. There's a number of different decorations on the top edge of the vertical stabilizer. Anything from engagements like the 1991 Gulf War, the Kosovo air campaign, Navy unit commendations, outstanding unit awards, different colours will indicate the different combinations. These are the EX. I think the EX have obviously been I think the EX is actually the one even on from this, I believe. Great manoeuvrability, great in a dogfight. Status. All-weather, multi-role strike fighter, so you know, bombs, missiles, air to air, air to ground, cannons. It's got everything. Fortunately, okay, there we go. Only a dozen. You'll see pods mounted underneath the wings as well, folks. Could be a number of different things. Lantern is one of them. Look at the heat haze, man. Low altitude navigation and targeting infrared for night fight. Of course, it's a two pilots. One is the WISO, the weapons operations in the back of the aircraft, pilot up the front. Two Pratt & Whitney FW F100s afterburning turbofan. And the one great thing that we're always guaranteed at here, well, I have to say 99% of the time we're guaranteed here at Lakenheath, is these guys go up with afterburner. Now the other thing to make a point of is that we've got that pad there, which we'll see the F-35s come out to as well, but it may be we could see some hot pitting exercises today, which is weapons systems operator in the back. Yeah, interesting. When obviously with our commercial airliner stuff, like, you know, even the smallest of engines produce more thrust than these. Well, when I say thrust, you know, certainly our commercial jets don't have afterburner capability. But these engines only have around about 15,000 pounds of thrust, and that's without afterburner. But that steps up around about another 10,000 pounds with the afterburners, around about 24,000 pounds of thrust with afterburners. And you'll see the back of the engines there. You can just see the nozzles out the back there. Those nozzles will squeeze right the way down to literally increase the airflow and give it that that thrust, that additional thrust. Never quite sure where these guys and girls are going to be flying out to for their training exercises, whether it's out over the top. It's normally sort of like on the east coast of the UK, out all the way up as far as Scotland and beyond, in the Northern Territories. Not so much on the west side, I don't believe, because obviously there's a lot of commercial airliner activity going on around there. Not that that's sort of like, you know, these guys are always in touch with their commercial compatriots in some ways, in terms of making sure that everything is so these guys that are on the ground teams here do the same. It's the same operation every time, removing all the safety pins that that these aircraft come out with. The chocks obviously have to be removed as they are there, because they have to be in place. Engine number 10. Now that's small fry, folks. So walking back to the hut, it's quite interesting that there's only a small group on duty today. Any weapons that they're operating, even that's a proper rig, that is. Yeah. Not much of a horn, I have to say. Copper chicken. Okay, that's cool. Terry Stark, Steve Stimmons. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Sorry for the delay. Like I said, we put a video out, which you know, I tried to sort of like explain. It's funny, isn't it? How many times we put a video out and people ask questions that are answered in the video. If you'd only watch the video. Can you do it? Steve Stibbons, the F-15s have been practicing targeting the artillery pieces that are on the cliff top at the Muckleburgh Tank Museum near Sheringham in Norfolk. Steve, great information. How did you find that out? Somebody near or living around Sheringham targeting the artillery pieces that are on the cliff top. So I'm guessing that's by way of laser, you know, like not actual physical target practice, but what do you call it? AI or something like that. Here we go. First one going out. Good thing is that with such a anyway. Thank you, Mr. E, gifting 5 memberships. You're a star, so thank you. Actuators. Nozzle actuators, check this out. Oh, he's coming over here. Interesting. Okay, so they're coming over to line up over here. All coming out. Awesome, awesome. These guys could sit here for a long time, folks. 15 minutes, maybe more. Mycroft home sweep. That's a good description. Now, without any notice whatsoever, we may get a group of F-35 jets joining this parade shortly from the right. Seeing that, not actually seeing that tail decoration on my system. Anybody got any idea what that tail decoration represents? The blue and white stripe. Head-up display, of course, on the F-15s. The 48th Fighter Wing. LN is the designation, of course, on the tail fin. Yeah, that's an inert missile there, so they'll not actually launch that missile. It will be computer guided, and of course the systems on board the aircraft will almost like a games console in a funny sort of way. Tells you whether you've had a strike or not, I'm guessing. Noticing the green of the HUD, even on a miserable day like today. Well, it's not miserable, it's just bleeding cold, man. The wind chill is unbelievable. Sleazy Rider, this is cool. Lots of new followers, subscribers and members joining us for the first time on a military show. Folks, you know, even though my old man was a pilot, a commercial airline pilot, back in the days, I've always loved my military stuff. Up from as a kid going to the air shows, when health and safety was not such a big part of the way they controlled them. So used to have a lot of fun going to the air shows with me mum and watching seeing that and hearing and feeling the Vulcan, the Lightning, the original Lightning, of course. That is the English electric Lightning, amongst other amazing jets of that era, Phantoms, just hammering over the top, unrestricted, no issues whatsoever with people saying that you've got to be half a mile from the crowd line, all that kind of stuff, straight over the top, no issues whatsoever. So I love my military stuff, and of course this is a bit of a battle coming here, you know, up at 4:45 this morning, grab myself a little bit of breakfast and head out. It's usually around about an hour and 45-minute drive, but with your pit stops, can add up to 2 hours depending on traffic as well. Starts getting a little bit busy. And of course, the other location that we go to, although we do go to Lakenheath over the Mildenhall, which is over the other side, can get a little bit sort of like it's a proper fishing trip over there. You can be over there all day long and you just see one KC-135 or a Hercules or a C-17 or something like that. It can be quite active over there. It can be quite inactive. One of the other airfields that we go to, of course, is RAF Coningsby. The RAF station up in Lincolnshire. The famous RAF station, of course, steeped in history. Mark Andrew Terry, remember seeing the XR-71 at RAF base in the late 60s. Yeah, that would have been down over at Mildenhall. Of course, Mildenhall has some amazing air shows back in the day as well, where again you kind of had not unrestricted access, but much better access to the aircraft that were on static display. Jet Li, Thursdays are normally Holbeach Range days. Rab H, Liège will be awesome if Jerry can find a good spot. Well, that's what it's all about, Rab. I'm arriving in Liège Monday afternoon, which gives me enough time, at least 2 or 3 hours, to get out there and do a recce, because there are so many spots to look at with Liège. We're obviously going to do more research into it before I get there, so that we can head to the best spots at Liège. I think planes in the house. Suzanne New, I used to see them in Norfolk, Jerry, long time ago. Stu Hugh, that's commitment. Richard Dalglish, which one is Viper or Iceman? Yeah, we wish. Like I say, Wizzo in the back, weapons systems operator, who will control all the guns and the missiles and the bombs, etc, etc. Pilot up front. That's why the Wizzo is sort of sat back down a little bit, because they don't really need to see where they're going. Listen out for the nozzle actuators, and you'll see the nozzle actuators in action. Must be, in terms of setup, one of the most critical components of these engines, in terms of the nozzles, because they all have to be in sync. One is slightly out of sync, computer controlled, of course. Roseanne Green, obsessed watching planes. Well, there we go. Thank you, Rohit. Good bit of information there. Now you can see those Here we go, first one going out. Check this out, folks. Crank it up, you've got good speakers, crank them up now. them spread out like this as well. Nice. Yeah, this thing's got a tasty Gatling gun on it as well. I think these ones have still got the Gatling gun on it. I mean, Gatling gun is like steeped in history. Old form of course, the A-10 tank bomber had the Gatling gun. I think they've still got a few operational A-10s in the Air Force, but this thing means business, mate, I tell you. Bunker busters. Yeah, you're not safe basically if you get one of these on your tail, or they know where you are. You could try hiding, but good luck with that. Steve, look, he's always late, look. Sorry, fellas. 6-barrel Gatling cannon, man. Flipping, have some of that. And the sound of those things, it's not like your traditional, like, it's like, of course, if you need it. The rounds in those things are either M56 or PGU-28s. Bottom line is they'll blow the lid off anything. So any type of missiles could be slung under these things. AIM 7 Sparrows, 9 Sidewinders, sorry. The AMRAAMs, JATMs. Yes, I am reading off a list. Air-to-air surface missiles. The 65 Maverick, 84 Harpoons, the Slammers, AGMs, 130s, 154s, 158s, Joint Strike Missiles. Even the flipping name of the missiles are cool. What's that, GP? Fancy a few bombs, Mark 82s, 84s, GBUs, 1510s, the paveways. What we mentioned, the 28, the bunker busters. More JDAMs. Nuclear armaments if you need it. Drop tanks can take up to 2,300 litres. It's a lot of fuel, man. Won't be getting that down your average Shell garage. Avionics include the Raytheon radar, which we've seen the guys from Raytheon. Is it coming to Coningsby every day, or is that another radar system operator? Of course, we've got the lanterns, the targeting pods that you see, the two short ones that are slung underneath the body. Lockheed Martin Sniper XRs. More countermeasures. Hazeltine. Magnavox. The Magnavox electronic warfare warning, part of tactical electronic warfare systems. Oh yeah, nice. F&F check. That's literally almost like stirring soup doing that. These things are built literally to be very, very sensitive, almost impossible to fly. That's why they have to train these pilots up. This might actually be the leader of the gang, who has every right to be a little bit late, possibly. See the inner lining of the nozzles there, folks. I know that the F-35 has got the ceramic inner lining. I don't think these are ceramic lined. I think they are just, you know, a very, very heat-resistant alloy of some sort. Not sure as it's I don't know as it's titanium, but of course, good old chaff flares. You can throw a few of those out if you like. Not much that's going to be able to keep up with something like this. So chaff flares, unless of course it's being tracked by an air-to-air missile launched from some other aircraft, and the chaff flares of course will throw the radar tracking system out on the missile that's tracking them. Mycroft Holmes answering all the questions for us, mentioning about the Mach Loop. Absolutely a complete and utter no-go for us, especially, well, for live streaming anyway. Anybody who wants to go up there and spend the day up there, take a picnic, you might see absolutely nothing. That's the problem that we have with something like that, is I don't want to go up there, waste all your time, waste my time, you know, fuel, and you know, when we could be having a good time watching other aircraft. Jimmy G61, serious bad boy, these F-15Es. I'm not taking it, sir. Oh, Teflon, Rohit Parkour. Teflon coated, the Teflon Don. You see those extinguishers there, folks? That gives me hope that there will be F-35s shortly. I think he's waiting for the governor to come out, isn't he? See that? That's the air-to-air. Oh, I don't know if it is actually. It might be a little bit further back. Of course, it's got speed brakes, like big ground spoilers on these things. It's a massive, great big hatch that lifts up behind the flight deck, behind the canopy. This guy's going to roll straight out, I think. Or is he coming across? No, he's coming across. Nope, he's going out. Here we go. Here goes the governor. I'll pull it out there, folks, so you just get a good idea of how fast this thing's picking up speed. It's going to hit the cloud any moment now. Look at that, look at the speed she's going. Yeah, man. Quite a low climb out, actually. Now she's climbing. Strong smell of jet. Nice. Now, okay, I'm hoping with these extinguishers being where they are, folks, that we might get a little bit of F-35 activity. Trainer over there, don't think he's doing anything today. Well, I don't know, you never know. They did wheel it out, so there's another one over there which is in a camo livery. Adele Hardy, one of the two that have just taken off, is the second most tracked on Flight Radar 24. Is that right, GB? Wow. The first one that took off. Of course, lots of new buildings over here. These are basically aircraft storage, hard standing shelters, which are concrete lined, and the reason why they're shaped the way they are is to withstand a blast, obviously from the outside. You know, if someone's lucky enough to throw something in through the doors, then you know, it's history. But you see those big buildings over there. I think actually I think that might be an admin building, but there are more F-35. You can see the doors on these. See the doors on these bunkers here, these hard standing shelters are used to store the aircraft. Expect these guys back in anything from, you know, 40 minutes to an hour, maybe even a little bit longer. But and of course the you can see the those big what look like sheds out the back there, but they're actually for when they fire these aircraft up inside the bunker. That's to expel the exhaust fumes out the back. I think the big roof, they're either maintenance hangars or they are specifically for the F-35s. Those are relatively new. Those bigger modern roofs that we see over there in the distance. And really what we're seeing here is only a small portion of the airfield. Of course there is much more over on the right hand side as well, where we've seen a couple of well, I think the first time we came here we were lucky enough to see a C5, wasn't it? I think it was the first time we came here, or at least first or second time. There's another position that you can go to over there, folks, if you want to, if you don't want to come over here. However, look at the size of this purpose-built spotting area for all the local folks and anyone who's visiting from wherever they might be. You can walk all the way down there. I think you can still, yeah, you can walk all the way down there. But how long are we going to fill here? Because the last thing you want to do is go off air and a big line of F-35s come out and we have to start it all again. Let's see what people say. Andrew Hickinbottom, such badass looking planes. Clive Clark, Rab Paresh. Oh look, it's a Squid L. the vent behind the cockpit. Daryl Riley, Sir James Doig Bitterchon, Brian Stewart, Miriam. No better way to spend a Wednesday morning, brilliant. Be deaf by lunchtime, no doubt. Well, I'd rather be, I want a bit more deafness to come in, because at the moment, that's what happens with these military shows, folks. They're completely unpredictable. You could have a day when there's a huge amount of activity going on. Of course, these guys here will work in unison with the folks at Mildenhall, which is literally 5 miles that way as the crow flies. It is not very far away at all. It's sort of like a satellite base, which is the refueling arm of the US Air Force use down this way. They obviously use it for bringing in personal stuff for the air crews and for the ground crews and for the thousands of American folks who work here at the base and operate out of here. Not sure how long their stay is during the year. I don't know if it's like a 6-month rotation or whatever it is they do, but some of them bring their cars here, you know, and of course there's a weekly or bi-weekly flight, 747s in at Mildenhall as well, carrying everything from, you know, perishable goods, Twinkies, hot dogs, beef burgers, etc., etc. Pete Keating, welcome back, Pete. Pete's going to be joining us in on Wednesday. Yeah, Tuesday and Wednesday this week, folks. The reason for that is just because of the logistics of it in terms of flights and so on and so forth. For Liège this week, a very busy cargo hub where we will see a lot of activity. I can almost guarantee that we're going to see a tremendous amount of freighter traffic at Liège. But it's all about positioning, and that's what's critical. And the reason why I'm going out there early is to make sure that I'm not running around like an idiot on a Wednesday morning or whenever it is, just trying to find a position. I want to make sure that Wednesday morning or Tuesday morning when we go live, we've got a decent position for you. Maybe a couple of positions that we can route to and in and out of. Rock Dodger got the need for speed. Rohit Parker, Hotel Wi-Fi. Captain Calculus. Claire Ben. CC, my plane mate. Ian Morrison, Emirates enthusiast. Go on. Sandy Humby, Stephen Green. Dodger, Emirates enthusiast, Sarah Louise. Lots of people loving that. Oh, we've got a, of course, remember now that we've got a, oh, there's the look, the camo one was so well hidden that I didn't actually see it there. They're coming out to play. It's got some, see that, can't be tail protection, is it? It's got to be markings, I imagine. He was so well camouflaged there, didn't see him, or have they wheeled? Have I just missed him? They've wheeled him all the way out of maybe because there isn't a hangar there, is there? Mind you, there is a hangar there, isn't there? So it's the second time they wheeled him back there. Andy T, with the Mac Loop, if you go to the MOD website, it will give you a timetable of when things are happening. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of that. It's a long way to go though, mate. It's Wales, isn't it? Not only that, but you've got to carry all that equipment up the hill. Not that I have a problem with it, but yeah, not only that, but you're you're not going to get a good signal, are you? It's as simple as that. Adele Hardy. And no, we can't use the Wi-Fi from a hotel. God almighty. Oh my God, Starling, please don't start me on that. Ian Hanna, Daryl Riley, Anita, Ian Morrison. Wow. Oh look, it's a squirrel. I went with my dad to see Phantoms launch off the Ark Royal back in the day. Wow. How cool is that? JP Krause, definitely not derated. Stewu, the sound of these through a pair of walls. Canadian in the UK sounds so nice. Terry Stone, wowzers. Everybody loving that. Just bear in mind that I'm miles behind on the comments, folks. We're not in a rush, are we? UPS 747 fan, Dallas, Australia. Good day to you. Wow, Joe Spitfire. GEs, baby, unless they're Pratt Whitneys. They are Pratt Whitneys, aren't they? I think they're Pratt Whitneys. Everything out, doesn't it? Audrey MacDonald, Matthias, F-15E, Strike Eagles, yes. Pratt Whitney, FW-105s, are they? 100s, sorry, PW-220s, sorry. Very interesting to know that it's only £15,000 of thrust dry, 24,000 pounds of thrust with afterburners. Which is crazy when you think that that's less than a CFM56 engine or thereabouts. But it's power to weight in it. You're not having to lift a big heavy aircraft into the air. You've got a very light platform. Richard Brown beats an A320 takeoff any day of the week. Sarah Louise, smoke him. Brian Stewart. Paul R, not clued up on military planes, so this may be a bit of a stupid question. What is the plume of smoke after takeoff from the engines? Great question, that, Paul. After takeoff is when they shut the afterburners off and you get that big plume of coke literally out the back of the engines as they shut everything down and just revert to the normal engine power as opposed to the afterburners. So obviously it's almost like overpowering your car engine, and then of course you get that big plume of smoke coming out the back of it. Just amazing, Gillian Sankey. Oh look, it was frighteningly loud. Had to open your mouth, they said, that it was important. That's very true, you know. If you know there's going to be an explosion, good luck with that. You should open your mouth because of the shock wave. Makes things easier, apparently. James Dog, 420 knots. Is that your rotate speed? Wow, Claire Bell, G-forces. Well, G-forces would be pushing you back in the seat, wouldn't it? It's only when you come into the turn that you really get the heavy-duty G-forces. The climb out is sort of like just, you know, actually the initial power up with when the engines kick in, you're going to be thrown back in your seat. But hold on a minute. you want to come in the van? It's nice and warm. Do you? Yes, you do. Just have to make sure that that stays on the stays. Make sure that stays on there, and then I can see what's going on the screen as well. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, so, you hear me, Jilly? Okay. Cool, blimey. Governor, it's just make sure there's not a big, that it doesn't vibrate, Jilly. When I fire the engine up, just make sure that the picture doesn't vibrate, because if the engine vibrates the camera, then just let me know, yeah. Yeah, because I'm fired up the engine, haven't I, on the van? Just to get a little bit. It's bleeding freezing out there, mate. That wind chill's gnarly. Apparently these trainers are coming out. I'm led to believe, do. No, we're not going on a road trip. Because if I did that, I'd lose me spot, wouldn't I? SR71 on finals, Andrew Higginbottom. No Caterpillars, Raptor X. Starman Pete, quick technical question. Does anyone have a problem updating the app for Big Jet TV? Have an Android phone? Oh, not that again, Jilly, mate. No. Okay. Oh, can I just say, and I don't, you know, oh no, I can't. I'm not. Yeah, got the afterburners fired up on the van, Arrow. In fact, I've got the seat afterburner fired up. It's lovely and toasty, I tell you. Hemo 19, first batch of F-15s are over South Wales, with the last batch over the Lincolnshire coast. Not that he's an Aussie or anything like that, I don't know. Just getting ready for me Aussie accent from when I'm down in Sydney there. Mind you, Jordan Charlie, very funny. Chrissy, wild winds up there. Ian Whiting, good morning to you. Suffer 6-3. Jonathan Beale, James Moss, remote control tripod head when? Never. Never. Until the day that we have. No. Because I move, you know, when I'm at Heathrow, it'd be kind of all right here in this particular scenario where I'm sitting down in the van and I can see everything moving. Yeah, it might be applicable, it might work, but it would only be for small movements. You know, I wouldn't, you know, because you have to pan, zoom and track, don't you? So, you know, there's all those three elements to filming, you know, and it would be absolutely impossible at Heathrow, you know, and because I like to get deep into stuff, and you know, you have to, there's nothing better than your finger, is there, in terms of like using the toggle, so to speak. Should have had your balaclava on. Lady Hole. Yeah. Should have bought some crumpets up with me really and stood behind those afterburners. Mind you, I would have needed a bit of peanut butter and yeah, I'd be a crumpet, wouldn't I? Mrs. Professor, Melanie, Aidan Campbell, Mark Adams, 38 degrees here this evening in Bangkok. There we go. Claire Bear, Sandy Humby, Pete Keating. My Android app is okay. Yeah, it's just one of those. It is one of those sort of you know, random things, isn't it? Probably there's people out there with iOS devices that Apple devices that have got problems with the app. I don't know. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But you know, it's because there's so many millions of. Oh, it's only Android, is it? And it's only certain models, so yeah, it may be they're trying to make you upgrade. Maybe they're trying to, like they did with Apple in the back. Remember that back in the old days, when Apple would make your battery run out quicker. I don't know if it was that. I don't know. Jane Urquhart, good day to you. Nick Gray. We need a mini Staines International for the van. Don't you mean we need a mini van for the Staines International? I asked that guy to send the van. His little model of the van. I don't know when it's going to arrive. If it's going to arrive, I gave him the box address and said that we'd cover the postage. Maybe he sent it crawler mail or something. I don't know. Aerocentric. Aerocentric. There's been an update stuck in the Play Store for a couple of months. It fails when you try to update, but not all Android devices. Only certain devices are. Richard Joy, F-15 doing laps just over the sea near Mablethorpe. Yeah, that's Norfolk, isn't it? Isn't Mablethorpe Norfolk? Sort of like East Coast anyway. Like I said, it is all, most of the activity is East Coast. And north of that, so north east coast, and also up over the north as well. I think they do activities up there as well. Oh. Blimey, that's quick. Melanie ordering 2 t-shirts on Sunday and she's got them already. Hamo 19, there's a Hawker Hunter out of Leaming over the North Yorkshire moors. Cheryl Howard got a phone call just as they took. I mean, really? How rude. Ian Morrison, Jill Blakeney. Paul B08. Big Jet 123. Cliff takeoff. James on Stu Woo. J Mank. Ford got their heated windscreen tech from Aviation, didn't they? Ooh, I don't know. Did they? Yeah, the little sort of like inbuilt heater elements in the windshield, which I believe that technology may well have come from aviation, because obviously commercial aircraft have heater elements built into the glazing of their flight deck windows, which are ultra thick, almost bulletproof kind of thing. Wenlock, very few hills out that way to block the wind blowing straight across. Yeah, Wenlock, I mean, it is literally a case of like almost all airfields are flat, aren't they? You know, that's why the MOD/RAF back in the day, well, it wasn't the MOD, was it back then? Was it MOD? It was whatever. The RAF, when they built their bases, were predominantly all up in Yorkshire and that way, because it was all flat farmland and easy to sort of like build bases on rather than chopping through hills and stuff like that. There was another US Air Force base, B-17s, and Mustangs and all that used to operate out of a base down in the New Forest. Someone's going to mention that in a minute, aren't they? The name of it. Runways are still there, or parts of them. One of the water towers is still there, and if you look hard enough, I've found ordnance, well, spent cartridges from cannons in the bushes, literally. If you do any of that, watch out for adders, I have to say, folks, because it's quite snaky down there. Captain Bob, those two Hawk trainers who are the training future RAF pilots, probably not, Captain Bob. I think they're using them for fighter practice, you know, like air-to-air combat practice. Jordan Charlie turning into Van TV. Drew Mycroft Holmes. I really hope the weather is civilized by the time you get down under. Yeah, so do we. City, amazing they've reached 10,000 hours though. Good design. What's that with Ian Hanna? Ian Hanna. Cheryl Howard, looks like the boss man is heading your way. Okay. Jonathan Beale, my Android app was updated with today's alert. Reginald Archer, when are you going up in a jet, in a fighter jet? Probably never, Reginald, I'd imagine. Certainly, I'll be honest with you, you know, I've had quite a few offers from people, but if I can't do it live and share it with you, I'm really not interested, because that is the whole MO for me, is to share my life with you, because that is my life. This is my life. Is aviation, be it military or commercial. You know, all variants, all types, and I love my historical stuff as well. And it's great that so many of you folks are much the same as me, in as much that you enjoy historic aviation, both military and civil as well. That's why we're able to sort of like have such an eclectic mix of stuff that we do. Clean Car Clinic. Nicholas Thomas has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Nicholas. Very kind of you. That's 5 people who are going to be joining us in Liège this Tuesday, next Tuesday, sorry, next Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm sure earlier on I said this Tuesday, Jilly. Did you see that? Did you see that comment from Drew, Jilly? About Android Web View, change it to Gecko Web View. No, okay. Can't do that, Drew. Thanks for yeah, JP Krause making a point of the map, the new map that Jilly created yesterday. We thought that I don't know where that came from, Jilly. Why we Yeah, I know it was your idea. It was your idea based on something that somebody said, or you saw something, or we saw something, or I don't know, whatever it was. I mean, yeah, we do obviously have maps that we use when we're away. We've got one for Heathrow as well to show our different positions around the airfield. But we now also have one which is on the app and on the website, which oh, we haven't put it on the app yet, apparently. But it's on the website, bigjet.tv, and it's, is it a picture of the globe, Jilly? I guess I should go and have a look at it, really, shouldn't I? You can open it in Google Earth, apparently. Just go to bigjet.tv, and you'll see there the map of the world, of the globe, and the places that we've visited and the amount of times that we've visited. And for anybody who's new to the channel, you can also look at some of the videos, either uploads or post live that we've done from those places. Most visited is Schiphol so far. I'm guessing closely followed by Frankfurt. We just found out today that apparently more stats. Jilly likes to geek out quite often, and she gave me a great stat this morning. What was it, about 1 billion? Yeah, our overall reach is over 1 billion video views. That's pretty crazy, man. Anyway, whatever. Oh, Andrew Hickingbottom flew back from Paris on a brand new Air France A220. Was great hearing the Wookiee howl while inside it. Yeah, it's a great aeroplane, isn't it? It's like almost the new sort of like these jets like the 220, which is sort of like on the verge of like it's domestic and short haul, but they're really smart inside, aren't they? Because you're not, you know, is that, what's that? Why am I hearing? Oh, I thought I was. Oh, it's his radio, for God's sake. Ian Whiting. They play part of the Aggressors. They are a private company contracted by the US Air Force. Ian Whiting, yes, those two Hawks over there, I think they are by the Aggressors. They play the Aggressors. Wow, look at that. Pete, some guys gifted 20 memberships. Thanks, Pete. You're a star. And Paul Jones has gifted a membership. Thank you to everybody who gifts memberships. It's a wonderful thing we do. You do and we do. It's another way of sort of like, you know, there are other options that people do with their super chat and all that. We've explained why we don't do super chat, folks. It's just a sort of like, for me, I don't want to put people under pressure or anything like that. I think it's bad enough with the gifting. The giftings are just a more sort of like, you know, I just feel it's more justifiable. You're giving back something into, you know, obviously we get a small commission, but the main thing is that somebody out there who maybe hasn't been a member of Big Jet TV before or can't afford to pay for membership gets a look behind the scenes, and we get a lot of people who, of course, you know, come back, and after having, once their gifted membership expires, they continue their membership on. Melanie L. There we go. How's this for timing? Ordered 2 Big Jet TV shirts during Sunday's show. Just delivered now. There we go. Happy Melanie. Oran. What time is the 777 landing? Stu. Algernon Sour Gravy. Wow, I haven't seen you for a while, mate. Good to see you. Jonathan Beale. Birdman. Well, I'm trying to get to the bottom of these comments. Stephen Rouse, Paul Jones, Steve Batty. I'm getting notification fines on Android, but the app won't work, won't update. Hamo 19. Private Aggressor contractors have grown a lot recently. A4 Skyhawks, Alpha Jets Hawks, L159 Honey Badgers are being used. F-16s are being sourced now. Wow, there we go. Thanks for that. Great update, Hamo. Nick Gray, Scream Sups. Oh, okay. Okay, Beverly George. Claire Clayton, Andrew Hickingbottom, Stephen Rouse, Richard Brown, RAVN Aerospace have a MiG-29 as well. Wow. How do they get spares for that thing? That's insane. John Urquhart. He's just got his long-awaited Lego Concorde. Algernon. Private Aggressor Company, Pretend Bad Boys. Chris Robinson. Matford Farm. RAF Bewley, Jerry. Not heard of that. I've only heard of the Bewley Car Museum. There is a new World War II US Air Force bombers based out in Norfolk, Jonathan Beale. Apple TV. Yeah, there was the RAF bases were up in Lincolnshire. The US Air Force bases were based around the Norfolk area. And of course, remember that those guys went out on daylight raids. Later in the war, the Mustangs were fitted with drop tanks. That basically paved the way for the bombers to go deep into enemy territory with fighter escorts like the P-51s, and that. But to be honest with you, by the time they'd done that, the Luftwaffe were more or less eliminated anyway. If the war had of, if put it this way, if that Schwarzer, you know, Hitler had have given his. There were a lot of times during the Second World War, both for us and the Americans, and well, more so for us and the Nazis, you know, in terms of development, because they were way ahead of us, man. They were way ahead of us in terms of jet engine technology. ME-262, you know, that little tiny thing that they had, which you know, but it was we were so lucky, because there you know, there were points in the war where Hitler was like being pulled from pillar to post, like, don't put your money there, put your money here, or don't protect, don't you know, ignore that, put your mind somewhere else, and all those kind of things. So anyway, it was we were just lucky that we had the technology as well. We had great scientists developing different weapons and radar and all those kinds of crazy things, which we were quite lucky with. Norfolk and Suffolk US Air Force and RAF shared bases, Barry Price saying. James Doink. Big Trains TV, cracked windscreen at flight level 380738 a few days ago, Las Vegas, Claire Bear. Yeah, I saw that, Russ CT, with the American 777 crew who just taxied nonchalantly across the end of the taxiway when or at an intersection when a Delta jet was planning to take off. I think obviously you need to look at the. We need to wait for the CVR. What was that also, Julie, that you mentioned the other day about apparently in the UK, in the US, you only have to have 1 hour of recording on the CVR, whereas 2 hours in the US, whereas over here it's 24 hours, isn't it? In Europe, sorry, 25 hours of CVR, whereas in the US it's only 2 hours. Yeah, and apparently the CVR with the max plug door blah 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 issue, apparently the CVR was lost, but they weren't up for 2 hours, were they? Or is it literally from the moment they leave the gate, I'm guessing, to the so all that time from the gate was when does the CVR actually kick in terms of starting to record the crew? Is it the moment they sort of like, you know, fire up the systems on the aircraft and let's just have a little look. Screaming at me, the American thing in JFK was like 6 months ago, and yeah, when you have an incident, you're supposed to pull the CVR circuit breaker, which Alaska didn't do. Wow, Richard Palmer. Richard Palmer, the US Air Force were able to bomb all targets, which made stop the Germans flying, lost the Battle of the Bulge because they ran out of dies. Ran out of dies. Yeah, well, we bombed everything, didn't we? You know, it was the manufacturing. Any war, at the end of the day, is all about manufacture and how quickly you can manufacture it. If you bomb at the heart of those manufacturing plants, you know, whether it be engines, whether it be tanks, steelworks, you know, all that kind of thing, where productivity is vital. If you bomb at the heart of that, then you cut their productivity, and you can literally win the war that way. Liam G, it kept recording after they landed. I think it records 24/7. Don't know about that, Liam. Like I said, as far as I understand, Screaming at me, the CVR turns on the moment you provide power to the aircraft. So therefore, yes, I can understand why that looped out at 2 hours. In the CVR case, the American airline planes one was wiped. Wow. Fast as funk, shortage of necessary raw materials in wartime hampered jet engine development. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, and also the fuel plants were bombed, and like he said, starving them of vital reserves, oils and fuel and just you know, we just it's a shame, man. I've got to say, you know, because you know, even though France was not untouched, but it was relatively untouched compared to Germany, because beautiful old historic towns in villages and cities were just wiped off the face of the earth, but they were so beautiful, those beautiful old places. You know, if you're in any way interested in the bomber offensive, as I am, you know, in terms of World War II history, and you go to Germany and you go to visit some of these cities like Hamburg and Cologne, and where we just bombed the living daylights out of it, it's just such a shame when you fly. You just see it's all new, isn't it? There's only tiny little elements that are still standing of the old city, which is kind of like what you see in you know, in London as well. You know, the East End, you know, Rotherhithe and places like that. Ancient, beautiful old architecture, just levelled. I always remember a quote that apparently Churchill gave, and that was like, whatever happens, try and save the pubs. And that's why when you walk through London or go through London or anywhere, even the West End, you sometimes see areas of, like, you know, no housing or whatever it is, or you might see new housing, but this beautiful old pub just standing there on its own, that was saved from the war, you know, because obviously they had rows and rows of houses that were just demolished as a result of those bomb attacks, but they wherever they could, they kept the pubs, because it obviously kept up the morale of the workers, who were and anybody who was working during the war. That was their only opportunity, even though it was during blackout. You know, you have to have blackout screens up and all that. It's fascinating history when you look back at the World War II. Mad Chicken Lady saying, thank you to whomever donated the free membership. Leo Densian. Alpha Bravo, Power of Engines. There is a sequence, most of Engine 1. Paula Collins. First engine startup. What's that? How can they know there's an engine startup? Are we missing? Am I missing something here, or? Bruce Fine, I have heard CVR recordings of crew chatting at gate before takeoff. There we go, yeah. Well, yes, I can understand it now when you do hear those cockpit voice recorders from investigations. It's always interesting to, you know, the investigative crew will always want to know what mood the pilots were in. Was there perhaps an argument between them before takeoff? You know, all those sorts of things need to be, you know, during the during the checklist. You know, did they? You know, you can always they listen out for not just vocal, but also for switches and noises and stuff like that that could lead to finding something out. Steve Stibbs, the actor Jimmy Stewart flew B-24s from a small airfield near Norwich called Tibbenham. Yes, he did. Didn't Jimmy Stewart also do some kind of make sure, Gilly, I don't miss them coming back. Mind you, I'll just be able to see everyone jumping out of their cars if that was the case. Simon Jeffries, yes, CVR starts from power up. Either way, the Beluga will be out and about, and now maybe to the USA with its own operational centre dedication, pilots into the... Yeah, the Beluga, they've been sort of like promoting that for quite some time, haven't they? The Beluga, not the XL, but the old Belugas as a freighter operation. Again, I have to say, it's quite a logistical task in terms of hardware for getting freight into the Beluga. It doesn't have a tail on it in terms of, like, you know, a ramp operation. It doesn't have a rear cargo door. Yeah. Okay, so the first one that went out is over the East Midlands at the moment, folks. So we're going to be keep an eye on that, GP, for me. Yeah, so the Beluga, in terms of the loading operations, if you can remember what we saw on the on-air show last week, it has a protruding front section, which any operation, a loading operation, I know that they do have an opportunity to have a rail that comes out of the inside of the Beluga, whether that's attached or whether that is literally a sliding rail. I'm not sure. I wouldn't like to think that it would be, because you'd probably you know, be a bit of a concern over the integrity of it in terms of its strengthening capabilities. But we did see that picture of a container being lifted in by way of a crane, and it looked quite Heath Robinson almost, like, you know, oh, that might just work, let's just like you know, all right, you know, tilt it to the right a little bit, you know, kind of on a 747, for example, sometimes, or even on the AN124 when they're loading something, and they may crane lift something up and down onto the rails, and then in it goes, because a 747 obviously is a straight frontal section for it to load into. So they can put a couple of K-lifts there which extend it outwards, and then drop the freight onto that K-lift and then shift it forward and in through the nose. They can't put K-lifts in front of a Beluga because because of the overreach that they need. Okay, the Beluga's available for specialist heavy lift cargo operations, but and it has the capacity and the capability, but in terms of loading, that's my only question. Aidan Campbell, surely there would be enough data storage for the CVR and readouts, etc., to be running during the entire flight. I think it's quite interesting that I'm quite surprised that with digital technology these days that they don't, even if they do have a 2-hour loop on the CVR, I'm quite surprised that that they don't, the unused data doesn't go onto a literally into a memory stick or onto something that then can be accessed if it's needed later on, if you see what I mean. So in other words, if it's a 6-hour flight, you know, you've got 2 hours of live, which is the, you know, from the moment they, you know, the last 2 hours, but then you've also got 4 hours of saved data. Would that, to me, that would be a pretty simple operation. RCT N3 covered the Max 7. Yeah, Max 7 and Max 10. Major issues there. Max 7, obviously they had that de-icing system inside the engine, which overheats if you don't turn it off after 6 minutes or something crazy like that. Apparently the de-icing unit inside the engine is made out of, it's a carbon type housing as opposed to an alloy, which is why apparently it overheats for some reason. I'm not sure, but certification for the Max 7 and the Max 10 is obviously going to be put back quite some way, because the FAA have basically said no more development on any other aircraft until we've sorted this whole thing out with the Max 9 and your and the issues that are that you're looking at, which is such a shame. Ross Tyrrell, 12 World War II airfields in the New Forest, including Bewley Heath, Stony Cross and Ibsley. Wow, 12, I didn't know that. What is interesting, if you look on Google Earth, you can still see a big white cross. And that is where, I believe, Barnes-Wallis and 617 tested the earthquake bomb. Not the bouncing bomb, not upkeep, but the tall boy bomb, which and you can see it, there's at least one crater around that area, but I believe that is where 617 trialed it, and you can still see it there now on Google Earth. Alex Hilton, yes, I have watched Lancaster. I have seen that. Was that the one that wound me up so much when the guy just kept calling it the Lancaster? God, stop calling it the Lancaster. You know, it's not jolly old Blight here, we've got to call it Lancaster. You know, you don't have to, mate. It's the Lancaster. Even the old fellas that were being interviewed were saying to the Lancaster. Yeah. Aidan Campbell, I was in Dresden a few years ago. It looks fantastic now. Well, yeah, but the one thing with Dresden, okay, we have an aircraft down to 9,000 feet. The taco and the taco. Yeah. No, I say taco, mate. It's like a taco meter, innit? I always say taco, I don't say taco. Other people have said that I should say taco. I call it the taco. Taco Bell, innit? Not Taco Bell, is it? It's like the Americans called a Yamaha the Yamaha. Oh, was I? I was saying it the wrong way. Okay, fair enough, whatever. Air Commodore 64 inbound bogey head 20. Thank you, Air Commodore. Deborah Speller scramble. Ding 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 ding. And let me outbound. Give me an altitude, GP. Quality mobile video. Yes, I do want a taco now. I'm quite surprised that there are. They should have here. Andrew Hickenbottom sounds chilly out. It bleeding well is, I can tell you. Mr. Rigsby, the trial pilots in the Zagreb collisions. Crossword and not paying attention to that. Watch this, folks. It may be brief, it may touch down, but it may well also do a fly past. We're hoping. And listen for this squeaky, the squealing of the nozzles. Steam passes. Let's do it. Let's do it. That tree, so flipping low. Scared the living bejesus out of me. Already 30 years. Wow, they're already 33 years old. Flipping heck. Thanks, Pete. No idea. Yeah. Divert to Huddersfield. They put that kind of information on the aircraft in terms of the numbers, isn't it? Flipping it, but you would not believe how cold it is up here on the top of the tip roof. Mycroft Holmes, lovely landing swirls. Foxy B, good day to you. LA girl, awesome. Josh Martin. Second formation is now at Grimsby. So I think that's a station where they possibly are repinned, maybe. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but they always seem to, you know, park up down there. Andrew Hickinbottom explaining the aero braking sequence, which is literally using the wings as an aero brake. in addition, obviously, to the spoiler that deploys behind the canopy, and of course using the elevators as well in the upward position to keep the nose trimmed upwards, to keep that that aerofoil in that shape, so that it is used as an air brake. Use the wing as an air brake. Why not? Because I wouldn't imagine that they have, well, I say powerful brakes, but they probably have got extremely powerful brakes. I'm sure that the setup of a brake setup on these fighter jets is much the same as a single wheel setup on a commercial jet, you know, like a private jet, that kind of thing. So, what's he doing? Is he pulling him up? Lloyd Bell. No Hawks yet, my friend. We do have a couple of Hawks over there, which seem to be sort of like prepped and ready for use as an enemy aircraft. Really is the best way to describe it. The enemy. In Whiting, they hold there to have bits and pieces done to them post-landing. They will go to their normal spot on the airfield. Okay, so yeah, bits and pieces meaning, obviously, certain pins, armament pins maybe, pins that can be used for the aircraft while it's on the ground. So that is a pad, much like this pad see over here. Crews are still in there. This pad is still active at the moment. It's got its extinguishers there. I think they've gone. Oh, they're still having their post-flight checks and so on and so forth. Transporting Kent, Richard Brown is actually the US AFE. Richard Saki, why do they do loops when they get back to base? Gillian, that's just literally practice. We see it quite a lot. Sometimes it will be a touch and go operations as well as the fly-by operations. There are certain there is terminology for it, I think. Sometimes you'll see them fly in formation over the airfield with one aircraft continuing to fly as the other one lands, covering him off, so to speak. So yeah, we might see a little bit of that a little bit later on. Go, Cheryl Howard, viewing area security and all that. What's that? Deploying nukes. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking of that because they had the whole green and common thing might rear its ugly head again. You know, it's a tricky one, isn't it? If they deploy nuclear armaments, it would be nuclear armaments that would be carried by these jets, or are they just using it as a base to store the weapons and then ship them by whatever means to other airfields? I don't know. They are sending nukes to be held in Lakenheath, indeed airband receiver don't often listen online, but there's a few of them. If you Google it, D-Bash mode, Cadate U, Cheryl Howard, Sir James Doink, Stuart Watson, Tim Firkins. If those F-15 planes cross to the right, they are hot pitting today. Interesting. That's interesting what he's saying, because they did cross to the right. So they are possibly hot pitting, which means they may well come up to this position here. Now, a way to see an aircraft that's hot pitting, they also come out over this, down this way as well. The way to indicate to see a hot pit would be one of the intakes would be closed, so one of the engines would be shut down, so they would be refueling the aircraft whilst a single engine is running, and then they'll fire up the number 2 once it's fueled up. So he's making a very valid point that the aircraft, because they definitely went over to the right, didn't they? I didn't see them moving back that way. From what I can see, and we'll certainly hear them, that's for sure. In fact, there they are. So they will. There's you know, what we don't see to our right here is a huge, vast airfield as well down on the right-hand side. So yeah, it looks like these guys are. Possibly going to shut one engine down maybe and taxi up for hot pit. Oh, no he's not, is he? No, or is he? Yes he is. Oh, B-61 warhead, Nick Gray saying. So this looks like we might be in luck. Wind, mate. Straight down the middle and all. Not even really, there's a little bit of a crosswind element involved in it earlier on, but certainly doesn't seem to be the case anymore. So they're going to appear from down there, and probably hot pit. Well, they would have already refueled. I think they refuel around the corner there at some point, and then they'll come out to this pad and fire up their. Okay, the second ship that went out is now on its way, apparently. Roger Breaker, the Lynx F-15s are only a few minutes out now. 39 knots gusting at the EDI ramp H. Jerry, can you see the windsock from your position? Mycroft holds, yes I can. There it is. As you can see, straight down the runway. Blustery. She's at full mast. To Coningsby as many times as I've been to Lakenheath. Don't favour either, folks. But Coningsby, you very rarely get unrestricted takeoffs. You might get the odd yeah, you might get the odd QRA if you're lucky out of Coningsby, but more often than not they go up dry rather than afterburner. Whereas here it's almost guaranteed every single departure is afterburner, so it makes it a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more action. Norfolk's flat, isn't it? So wherever you are, you're just going to have the wind howling across from wherever or whenever you are. In Whiting, 17 mile an hour, gusting 32 miles an hour. There we go. FOD. We have FOD. Twinkie Rapid on the loose. That'll quickly get caught up in the fence though. I hear something over the top. Okay, approaching over the top of me. Claire Bear, 2 Eagles inbound. Her air brake. 2. First thing, here we go. Nice and fast. Let's get it. Come on, son. similar to the Turkish, which was have air brake sweep. That H used to deliver goods to Noble's Explosives. Because I can hear them coming. I can hear them coming. David Cornelius. Yes, Norfolk is a beautiful place. I've been on the Norfolk Broads a number of times myself as a young lad. Well, actually, not in my teens, in my late teens, you know, with me mates, but still had a great time. Appreciated the pubs. One every 500 yards on the Norfolk Broads. To we believe that they're going to be hot pitting, so those aircraft, instead of going back to their sheds, their assigned sheds, we believe that they're going to be hot pitting, refueling with one engine running, and you will be able to see as they turn that corner and come towards us. You'll be able to see the one of the air intakes, the engine air intakes. Oh, it's a nice little reprieve there, just for a short period of time. It's actually nice, nice conditions when the wind is not blowing. I knew I should have bought a bleeding flask. You there, Julie? Okay. Just gonna put me bum warmer on again. I'll be up there like a scolded cat, mate, as soon as they come out.
Okay,
in fact, you lot are going to be able to. Let me put the blaster on, see what happens here. You lot are going to see it before me, I think. Has the wildlife officer's car got an arrested hare sitting in the backseat? Mycroft. The red and white checkerboard is known as a flaming arrow, and it serves as a visual marker for military pilots during takeoff and landing operations, useful during low visibility conditions. Well, yeah. I think also that checkerboards are. I mean, that is kind of old school, isn't it? Because the intensity of runway lighting now is so intense that you can see even in very low vis conditions, you can see these runway lights from a long way out. It is quite incredible how far away you can see them. But yeah, that is, I guess there is, as you can see there, that, well, you probably can't see it because I've got it, but they also seem to surround airfield instruments and stuff with the checkerboards as well. I guess as a visual marker, maybe for not just for the pilots, but also for people working on the ground. I don't know, grass cutting and all that kind of malarkey. Probably not. I'm talking out of my backside there, I think. But anyway, I just think that. Greg Dillon, Jerry's going for a defrost, yes. Oh my goodness me, you don't know how nice that is, that seat, all nice and heated and cosy. That's lovely, that is, and I've got the heat of the blower on my toes now as well. As well, Tim Fokins. I don't think so, Andrew. I'm going to drive the van to the top of the Macklin. Steve Stibbons, based at Ling. You're talking about Ling as in the little motocross track. There's a little tiny motocross track next to the poo farm by the M25/M3. Is that the Ling that you're talking about? Tiny track. Todd Greenwell, Roger Breaker, Checkered Board Hill, Kaitak, iconic. Yes. By the way, folks, I'm trying to get hold of someone that I met last year. They've got a simulator, A320neo simulator, based at Stansted, and no, Luton. Sorry, Luton. And I'm trying to get hold of him. He might be on vacation, I don't know, but want to try and see if I can do some simulation scenarios with him, which I will record into a series, and then we will play it out during the on-air shows as well. Brian Stewart, do they ever do in-air refueling operations here? Brian Stewart, well, they don't do it here, but they will practice air-to-air refueling using the KC-135 tankers from RAF Mildenhall, which is like literally about 5 miles away from here as the crow flies, and they will do obviously exercises with them, air-to-air refueling exercises off the coast of the UK, eastern coast. Motocross. Just writing a text out. Sorry, folks. I'm swipe texting, so it'll be very quick. Oh yeah, that's actually yeah. We did, didn't we? Me and Jilly had a race, and it was a dead heat. It was an absolute dead heat. That was funny, man. That was funny because I thought I was uber quick. Mind you, I don't know. I was convinced I was going to beat you, man. Finished! Yeah, he said finished as I was saying finished. No! That's this Sunday, is it? That's this Sunday, is it? Okay. Oh my goodness me gracious, goodness gracious me. Yeah, I think the checkerboard at Kaitak was actually the visual turning point, wasn't it, for pilots? Well, not just a visual turning point, but a visual marker to know their position in terms of, you know, there's a sodding great big hill in front of you, turn right for God's sake. Stuart Watson water towers near a base are also red and white. I think it's just I think it's well, it's kind of like orange and white, isn't it? But there are sort of like I think they indicate avoidable avoid this structure, whatever you do. God bless you. Mycroft Holmes. I'm not sure. Do they have a caravan here at Lakenheath? I know they got one up at Coningsby. No, I don't think the US guys have one, do they? The one at Coningsby, we're talking about a little sort of like mobile control tower that they use. And it's what's known as the final checks board, which is back in the old days. They'd be at the entry point of the runway, or the entry point of the runway, and they'd be given the green light. They'd be flashed the green light by those guys in that little tower. Some very famous footage that you can see about that online from the days of Bomber Command. They are the buildings that house the Arrestor wire motors in Whiting. Yes, the ones either side here, yeah, most definitely. The Arrestor wire house it, and yes, there we go. Like I say, it's quite a chunky piece of hardware, and so they have to obviously protect it by way of a very noticeable structure around it. And yeah, he's right, those two there, and I'll show you them in a minute when I'm up on top of the roof, but they are the arrestor wire housing boxes. Blimey. Rab drove down to Ling for motocross back in the 80s, but it's such a small track. It's like a little arena cross track. Well, it's a short lap, yeah. Oh, there we go. So he's a safety officer. A flying safety officer. He doesn't fly, obviously, but he's in the tower. Probably has a pair of binoculars. Thank you, Kevin Jackson, for that. Quality mobile video. Hamad Khan. I don't know if he's being cheeky there. That's a beautiful view, that is. But it kind of is in a funny sort of way, isn't it? You know. See what I listen like. Let me listen to what I listen like. Oh, sorry. So, listen to what I listen like. See what I sound like. Sorry. That's all right. Holiday in Lossiemouth, early 80s. Harrier takeoff was really loud, beautiful beast. Glennis Forrester. Yes, Glennis. That's another aircraft that was always at the air shows back in the 80s, wasn't it? You know, the Harrier went along the crowd line. Kind of still does today, but it's an F-35 now that does it, isn't it? They don't use the Harrier anymore. I don't think there's any more. Unbelievable flight deck on that thing, man. Unbelievable. That's all all analog, blind flying panel, and just everything, all switches and dials and stuff like that. Ah! Okay, I'm going to be ready. That's our man Kevin Jackson saying that they look to be hot pitting, so should be appearing soon. Oh my god, my gloves are so warm. That'll end in about 60 seconds. Let me see if I can hear anything. Hold on. Yeah. 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 No F-35 today, mate. Quite interesting, isn't it? Some of these ladders that these guys use look so unstable and flimsy. I went to a induction course yesterday. One of many I've been on, but this particular one was a whole sort of like health and safety related thing for contractors and stuff, which you have to attend at times when you do the kind of stuff that we do at airports and so on and so forth. Lovely fella who was running it. Actually, believe it or not, he was like, Jerry, I've followed you for years. I'm like, hello, mate. You know, it's quite embarrassing in front of all the people that were there. You know, it's like a, if you've ever watched The Office, it's a bit like, you know, rows of seats and a screen and a you know, that kind of thing. Anyway, one of the things that he mentioned was, he said, I'm glad I didn't pipe up, you know, because I obviously thought it. Jilly, listen to this because otherwise you'll miss it. There are different levels of people that are authorised to be on site during contractual works being carried out. Hold on a minute. Oh, that sounds very whistly. Anyway, yeah. So the this fella, he's like, obviously, you know, we're looking at the we've got the what is it, the, you know, the yeah, I can hear him coming around the corner. Any moment now. So he's mentioning this might have to go to the planning of unanswered, unfinished sentences, Julie. Yes, I've got, because they're coming out. Sorry. There you go, folks. There you go. You see, look at the right hand air intake. So this is a hot pit exercise. Oh, actually, what's going out? Other side where he'll be met by his crews, I think. So he's going to head over to that pit area there, and where you will hear him or her fire up that inoperative engine. You can find there's just one engine running there, and you will hear the classic start-up noise. You see, he's still got pins. Hopefully he's going to turn right, or is he going back to? You hear the start-up of the F-15 engine. It's very similar, actually, to the Pratt & Whitney Howe. And beautiful, quiet morning here at Lakenheath. No aircraft in view. You can hear this eerie, sort of like spooky sound of these engines starting up. So stab myself in the neck with a pounding arm. That'll just getting themselves into the final position, Greg. Chris Robinson. I think that's just a. I think that's no. Well, yeah, but no. What he's asking is where is it coming from? Because obviously there's the heat being emitted from the engines is one thing, but there's also a vent aft of the flight deck as well. You can see there. That may be something related, I don't know, to some kind of onboard APU or something like that. I don't think there is obviously an APU on these things, but it may be something related to the starting sequence with the engine start sequence. Maybe they'll shut that off now, I don't know. They have to have that. So they wait. Have they done their checks with the steps? The guys with the steps, because normally they're scrambling around. We got any straps? Any? Just do that. Doing some checks here. It might have been a classic moment for you, but trust me, what a classic moment for me. Only just got rid of the bump on my head from that. Adam the Great. Blimey, I'd be pretty low to headbutt the ramp. Looks like he's got a lazy eye, doesn't he? Look. And once you see that and you know that, you can't not see it, if you know what I mean. So these guys have been refueled, folks. They are just now off to their final checks. Pad. The Wizzo always looks a lot smaller, doesn't they? What, the Wizzo? The weapons operative. Yeah, it does, because they're always sat lower in their seat, aren't they? The guy or girl in the back seat. Okay, listen out for the number 2 start. Great sound, man. Fighter. It is, isn't it? Crazy to think that these things are 30 plus years old, man. So they were obviously, the F-15Es are modified jets, I'm guessing. They've been through the factory again, the assembly lines, and been stripped and modified. New avionics. Well noticed there, Andrew, sorry. Glad to see someone's paying attention. Airframe be replaced to give it extra longevity. They are retiring according to airframe hours. Yeah, I don't know if certain segments will be replaced. Maybe the skin, maybe all the skin, maybe the. I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, there's no departures and arrivals board here at Lakenheath. Flight number US Air Force 124 for Drumhar Beach, now departing at gate 4B. All passengers please report. Steve Owen 0. Mark Dave, loving the stream, thank you. Quality mobile video, might have missed it, but is this sortie number 2 for these two? Sortie number 2, well, yeah, sortie number 2, they're hot pitting, which is a procedure that they practice regularly. I'm surprised, no F-35s today, man, and I'm not only am I surprised, but I'm also massively disappointed, because, well, they may be bringing some out this afternoon, I don't know, but yeah, I'm not best pleased. You know, you come all this way, and they got a very strong F-35 squadron here at RAF Lakenheath. To not see any would be a great disappointment. Oh, okay. Diamond, look, thank you, Neil. Somewhere we went to see a helicopter. What a drive for a helicopter! Don't get me wrong. The footage, just that 10 minutes that we had was great, but it was a flipping long drive, man. Don't know if you know how far Donanook is, but it's a blooming long way. Oh, chilly, man. Oh my god. Mycroft Holmes, today's the windiest I've heard it at Lakenheath. Well, I'll be honest with you, we have had windy times here before, but this is pretty windy, about 35 knots gusting. But I wouldn't say it's gusting, I'd say it's constant 35, it feels like. Icelandair 757-200 heading to Lasham. I think that's a one-way trip. Chad Hart, tuning in from Phoenix, Arizona. Got a couple more jets. I think this was a was it a 2-ship that went out earlier today, and then or was it a 3-ship? I can't remember. Lady Hole, the camo. Oh, hello. Yeah, good. Thank you, Lady Hole. Looks like the yes, both of the jet trainers are going to be operational shortly. They're crewing them up by the looks of it. And Lady Hole, thank you for bringing that to my attention, that the camo one has just come on radar. There is a storm, isn't there? There is a storm, but not affecting the south. Well, certainly not as far south as London, anyway. Martin P. Now 2 Hawks pinging at Lakenheath. There we go, and there they are. 650 mile an hour is that speed of one of these F-16s. Tim Firkins, keep eyes to the end of the runway for F-35s. Yeah, I will, mate, I will. I want you guys to see these F-35s because they are, compared to the F-15, they're crazy, a crazy looking jet. Of course, only one operator, one pilot, just a single pilot, multitasker, does everything. But of course, with the technology and the computerization of the F-35, it's not to say that these guys. Hello, hold on a minute. Here comes one now. Is that? I can't see from the heat haze. Is that a 35? I think it is. That's an F-35. Here we go, folks. Take a look at this thing. Of course, the F-15 will be fitted out with all the latest, technology in terms of weapons management systems, etc., etc. But they still need a Wizzo in the back seat to control all of that, whereas the F-35 pilot will have his or her weapon systems at a finger's touch, literally, maybe switching between a few things on the flight deck, but certainly almost as if you're just sitting at your computer. So now it's going to hot up a little bit, folks. So if you're going to share this, share it now. 747 Jumbo, welcome back, 747 Jumbo. Returning member, Wizzo sitting down in the back seat there. They do look a lot smaller, don't they? Single engine, of course, with the F-35. Manufactured by Lockheed Martin. This is the A variant, I think. It's the A variant, but the others, the B variant, operated by the RAF, or is it the C? Can't remember. One of the two. One of them has a hover capability, which is the one operated. Oh, here we go, look. Coming in from all sides. Look at this thing. More Pratt & Whitney power, F-135, Pratt & Whitney 100s. single Pratt & Whitney 100, of course. Now you'll see the lining inside the. It's getting busy. It's getting busy out there. Noisy. Fire it up! Here we go! Hold on to your hats. Crank it up, folks. Here we go. Well, yeah, wow. Stealth. Gonna get wild. That's a big old, was it a 4-pack, 5-pack? Charlie at Farm Box has gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, Charlie. Farm Box, a thing that you can get involved. Free subscription thing or something. Brian Stewart, F15 top speed, Mach 2.5, and then F35 top speed, Mach 1.6. Blimey. Just think, only 1.6 versus 2.5. Hawks are coming out. Oh, was he moving? Yeah, he's moving. Here we go. Now these guys, folks, will be... they play the enemy. Literally, they play the enemy. Come catch me if you can. Oh, chase me, chase me. Bilge pump. Trouts the F-35. Stop it. Screaming at me, aggressors. Yes, indeed. The Schwarzes. Be like, gone. I don't think these are going to be afterburners. I don't think they've got afterburner capability on these Hawks. They're just single engine power thing, but certainly enough to play games with. It's like a flying computer, really, isn't it? The Hawk, the Aggressors. Okay. Chris, hardly seems like a fair fight. Yeah, they don't actually. I think they just. I think they are literally a flying target. Well, I mean that's exactly what they are, aren't they? But you know what I mean? It's like, you know, the F-15 or the F-35 will press a button. Get them in their sights, lock onto the target, which is them. There's another 35 coming out. Is that Steve? He's late again, look. Go do your stuff, Aggressor. Yes, yes you would, yes you would. There's your answer, folks. You need ladders if you want to see it really does depend on yeah. Well, you can still do it through the fence, but going to be a big old lineup of F-35s now, folks. Watch this.
they going out side by side? I think they are, look. Format takeoff. Don't get bullied. There's more of them. I didn't realise there's 4 of them. Wow. Pretty cool. I like the camo. I like the camo. Hot pitter, he's a hot pitter. Look at his lazy eye, look, when he comes round the corner. Noisy little things, aren't they? Dave Nanny, they're gonna get whooped. Laser pointing. Emma, right, I think it's different scenarios. I think they go out there and the other guys have to actually find them, hunt them down. Give them any indication as to where they are. I think they obviously have a pinger on them, don't they, or something? I'd imagine, and then these guys have to go and locate the pinger and go after them. And move in for the kill. Great Dylan. Fly over there and land at Milton. Well, I guess they could do it, and they just attack them on the ground, strafe them. Jason Pitt, we get the Draken Falcon 20s doing the same roll out of BOH near us. Thank you, Jason. lazy-eyed F-15. See the head-up display there, folks. See the green head-up display. Technology taken from fighters to commercial jets now. I think the A220 uses a head-up display, doesn't it, as well as the Dreamliner. Outside of our normal remit, folks, of course. If you know about me, I have a history of affection for the military stuff. Love the military stuff, always have done throughout my life. Carted off to the air shows with me dear old mum, Farnborough and Biggin Hill and Mildenhall, places like that. So from time to time I'll take a little bit of a break. That's the second engine starting from these hot pitters. Actually, you might be able to see, you can just about see the front air intake box drooped down. You see the missile on the wing there, and then you see the other white dot that you can see just below the fuel. Oh, I don't know if that is it actually. That might not be it. I don't know if that is the intake, but you'll see that move to the upward position when they start that second engine. Wizzo looking for his notes, or her notes. Fourth ship. Believe it or not, folks, I know it might be hard to believe, but there is a it is warmth coming from those engines. Trust me, man, I'm not making it up. You can feel and you can smell it as well, man. No, these F-35s are not hot pitting because this is their first time out. No, though. Okay. Well, why have they got one engine inoperative then when they're coming up here? engine racket, Ian Morrison. Love that. It is an engine racket, isn't it? No messing, man. No messing. Fully tapped. Right. Wow. There's nothing speed in these things. Huddle, free ship, 15s. Now somebody's saying that they're not hot pitting. That's news to me. I was always under the impression that well, certainly when they're coming up here, they've only got one engine running. We know for sure that they're starting the second engine over there. Somebody who's saying that they're not hot pitting, but they're rearming or something like that. Although I wouldn't say, why would they rearm when they're actually not physically using the armaments? It's all play tactics, isn't it? In terms of, like, you know, they're using computer systems to confirm a strike or a miss or whatever it is. Craig Proctor, anyone know what kind of training the F-35s are doing today? Well, much the same as the F-35s and the F-15s. You know, it could be anything from air-to-air refueling. It could be gun practice. It could be... That's right, that's what I'm saying. They're not hot pitting there, they're hot pitting out to the right of us. We're out of picture, which is what I mentioned earlier on. It could be air-to-air missile, it could be air warfare, you know, all kinds of different scenarios that they play out, which is pretty cool, isn't it? Because you wouldn't want to kind of do the same thing every day, would you? Or would you? Anne Hartley, fantastic show, loving every minute. Thank you, Anne. Ian Morrison, Alan Burden saying they're not hot pitting. Okay, well, Alan, he just said, oh, sorry, Alan saying they are hot pitting. Sorry, I took hot for not, and you know, thank you, Alan. Kevin Jackson, Lakenheath has 2 hot pit areas on each side of the runway. The hot pitting that's carried out today is out over that way there. We can't see it. It's an exercise where they basically refuel the jet with one engine running. I'm guessing, in other words, that's why it's called hot pitting. Aircraft is still hot, and they pit stop it literally like a race car. I'm wondering if the fuel is, I'm guessing that the fuel nozzle will be attached on the non-operational side, hence the reason why they have only one engine running, I guess. Thank you, Fred Sorrell, sorry. Yes, indeed, Fred. Thank you. This is the I didn't say that this was this particular where they are right now was the hot pitting area. This is maybe people didn't hear me earlier on, where it's done in 2 stages, which is obviously the hot pit itself. When they land, they will go to another ramp further down the runway, off to the left. In this particular scenario, because of the operations, where they will be pinned up with the tags and everything that you see there into the weapons. Then they will go over to the other side of the airfield and be refueled, and then they will come back over to this ramp. Where they will be, where we'll have the the pins removed. 18 shouties. Is a new member welcome, 18 shouties. Into Lakenheath. Wouldn't that be B2s? They wouldn't come in here. They normally go into what do we call it? Oh, Paul BOA, don't bring me a flask of coffee, just bring me a coffee. Just go to McDonald's and well, actually, I'll tell you what, go to McDonald's, get 2 coffees, bring one, yeah, take one to Jilly, quickly. More F-35s coming out, folks. Yeah. Don't worry about a flask, mate. Unless, of course, you got a spare one. But either way, right now, a McDonald's coffee would be absolutely fantastic. But don't go out of your way, mate. I appreciate it. Whatever you are able to accommodate me with, thank you so much. Okay. More F-35s coming to join the action. Okay, so we're hearing news of a B2. Is that right? Jerry, can I what, Julie? Oh wow. Okay, folks. Mate, the place is rammed with plane spotters. Look, we've even got the old Billy, and the old Billy even here, mate. We're hearing of a B2 Spirit. I'm guessing it's a Spirit. Is that right? Yeah. I wouldn't have thought that it would do, to be honest with you. Okay, folks, just pointing the camera on that pad there, so that we don't miss anything. I'm just going to go for a quick warm up in the van. Yeah. I mean, it'd be great if we did get something big coming in. I mean, they do from time to time. Get 747s in here. They get the Galaxy in here, amongst other transport aircraft. KC-135s obviously operate out of Mildenhall over the other side. Just glasses are steamed up. Okay, so apparently the runway is too short for... Oh really? Okay. So ignore the B2. But even so, apparently, well, it's all going on here. I'm glad. I mean, at the beginning of the day, because of the late start and everything, it seemed like it might be a bit of a damp squib. But no, we've had some great operations today, and looks like more coming up as well. A couple of F-35s. And of course they've gone out to play with the four Hawks, sorry. Adam the Great, rightly so, B2 requires a longer runway, but can land here. B2s do have very sharp stopping powers. Nothing is possible. Taking off is a different issue. There we go. So cool, yeah. Of course that all happens at 747 Jumbo, can I please ask a question? Does the F-15 and F-35 have fuel tanks, or is it stored in the wings? Well, you're kind of answering your own question there, 747 Jumbo. Yes, the fuel tanks are in the wings, but also there are... oh, hold on, got them coming back. Oh, mate, I'll just put the engine on. No rest for the wicked, eh? Okay, there we go. Tell you what, the temperature has improved slightly. So it sounds like 767, doesn't it? Of course, one thing that you notice with the F-35 compared to the F-15, folks, is the lack of armaments. Now the reason for that is because this is a stealth jet. Blimey, they're back quick. This is a stealth jet, and therefore all of the armaments are stored inside the belly, which is why she's quite fat. You're a fat thing, aren't you, eh? Yes, you are. This is a great shot. If you just joined us, folks, watch this as it disappears behind the tree, goes all stealthy on us. Now, with any luck, we might get a couple of fly pasts here. Oh yeah, taking a different flight path, this one. Here we go. Fire it up, son. of a raptor look about it from certain angles, doesn't it? Look at this guy, look at this guy. High speed pass. Maybe not high speed, but actually very low speed. Don't come all the way here for an hour and 10 minutes, mate. That's almost as far as where I go, man. No. I don't want him to come here and give me a coffee. I don't want him an hour and 10 minutes away, man. No. Don't worry about it, Paul, man. Thank you for the offer. Really appreciate it, man. You're a real star, but not having you driving an hour and 10 minutes, mate. A proper manoeuvre that was. 100 foot off the deck. Love that, man. Love that. Do it again and again and again. The airfield is yours, sir, or madam. Love that, man. I love that shot. Of course, in the summer, they disappear completely with all leaves on trees. And they come bursting out here now. Bang! What's the deal with hot pitting an F-35 then, if you do at all? Guess you do. There must be hot pit exercises for the F-35s. Where have they all gone, those lot? Let's see what somebody was saying earlier on about the arrestor hooks. Well, the arrestor cables for the emergency hook if they need it. These are the boxes that store the winding mechanisms. That, they're going straight back into the sheds, aren't they? Yeah, Paul B, mate. Honestly, I'd really, yeah, I must say I really do appreciate the gesture, but not if you. I thought he was like down the road in Thetford or something like that. Yeah, no thanks. I'll pass on that. He's had his chance. I think they've gone to lunch. Well, they haven't gone to lunch because we've obviously got the rest of the 35s to come back. What should we keep it on? What should we keep it on? Is it going to drop like flies now? Was it? Oh, that was, yeah, right, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Blimey. Oh, very sensitive, isn't it? Yeah, good. It's not going mental. Back in the van. Is it? Oh wait a minute. I've let go of it. So it's still doing it. Or even now. Gilly. I'm going to do something which might make it happen again, but just ignore it. Yeah, just ignore it. Just isolating this lead here. Okay. Pull that down through there. It's going to flicker. I know. Okay, it might have stopped now. It'll stop now. When I say it's stopped now, that's me walking away. My knees are old, my eyes are bent, my nose is old and drizzled. Searching one more time, Centurions. I found a spoon, sir. Okay. Right. So I need people to keep me posted on what's happening with those. Well, both F-15s and F-35s that went. Oh, hold on. Oh, there's one there. The guy would have told me, mate. Flipping heck. That was a proper scramble, that was. It's a kitty slayer. Thank you, Michael Wilson. F-16 crew chief. Wow. See how unbalanced they are, man. Crazy. Look how... Believe it or not, these airplanes are built unstable. Yeah, I need one of those new, the lifts that they're advertising. Right, we'll have another go. Because I've left me bleeding gloves down there, didn't I? Okay. Okay, Ginny, just keep a good close eye out. Did you have none of those on? Did you have none of those on radar then? Oh, it's lovely in here. Okay. CPR F-15s now have a Bishop's Castle. Okay, well let me get my gloves on so that I'm ready next time, because I tell you, out there in that wind, these... Hey ho! Flipping heck! That's louder than any F-15 that was. Chad Hart, thank you Chad. He's gifted 5 memberships, that's very kind of you my friend. Graham Laidlaw, I bet Stanley could make one for you. Hey, I guarantee you they wouldn't be able to deploy me onto that roof. They would not be able to deploy me onto that roof as quickly as I can get on the roof. Because it'd be all like... Come on! Yeah, okay, need to turn the engine off so I can bleed in air. My Dave. Avro Arrow, you've delivered what's advertised on the box today. Loud, fast and high octane indeed. Thank you, Avro. Thanks everybody, hope you're enjoying it. Like I say, it's outside our normal remit. Of course,
We are primarily a live stream commercial airliner, well, you know, freighter. You know, the commercial aviation sector is basically what we do primarily. However, I do like to step out of that from time to time and do some military stuff. The one thing with the military stuff is it's a bit like going to somewhere like Toulouse, for example. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? You know, you just don't know whether it's going to be a busy day or a quiet day, and it just can go that way. And fortunately, today we've managed to stumble on a pretty busy day here at the 48th Fighter Wing, otherwise also known as the Statue of Liberty Wing. I'm not sure when exactly they adopted the Statue of Liberty. It's the only fighter wing to have another name or something like that. I think all the other ones have just got numbers. Wow, we've done 19 shows at Coningsby and 24 shows at Lakenheath. Figure that one out, folks. Anybody who says you don't do many military shows. That's a lot of shows, man. I mean, okay, fair enough. We've done 1,200 live shows altogether. But that's a... No. Sorry, 2,170 live stream shows. Incidentally, folks, we're doing this... We're doing something with YouTube at the moment. Can't say what it is, and I don't know if it's ever going to make it out into the mainstream anyway. But it may do. But we're not particularly bothered whether it does or it doesn't. Blah 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 blah. But the main thing is that they did ask us about our first early days with Big Jet TV, and it brought back tears, man. It brought back tears. Filming London Heathrow. It was only a 30-minute stream. That's how basic it was back then. I only had time for 30 minutes for whatever reason it was. Why would it have only been 30 minutes? I don't know. Well, that one, it was absolutely hammering it down with battery power, maybe, I think. Yeah, British Airways 767. Didn't even think anything of it then, did we? But British Airways jumbo jets. Oh my god! It's just, yeah. Steve Stibbons, F-35s roaring along the Norfolk coast. I can hear them. Thank you, everybody. Engage the van's APU, Brian Stewart. Oh, really? Oh. Yes. Iffy Smile, who's a new member by the looks of it, F-15s at 420 knots, 140,000 feet. Flipping heck. That's about as high as I go in my spaceship, isn't it? The Pirelli jet truck. Yes, I can remember the Pirelli jet truck and the jet car that they have up at the race. Whatchamacallit. Ali Bailey, Jerry, I love the way you can talk rubbish all day long.
Yeah, well, there you go. And I can. I'll talk about anything, literally. Keep an eye out, Jerry. It's all gone quiet on the coast. Okay, let's keep the window down. Paul Freeman. Oh, Lady Hull could have made me one. Captain Manny, good afternoon to you. Love that sound of freedom. Yeehaw! I'm so close to my 4-year star, not going through it. Away now, all that effort. Huh? John Grinham. I'm so close to my 4-year star, not going through it. Away now, all that effort. No, don't understand that. Probably every day getting busier and busier with how the world is going. Ben Marrow. I'm miles back, Jilly. I'm way behind, man. Okay. Oh, he's got his main one back. Martin Smith, the show of force, Big Jet TV, and the United States Air Force. Thanks, Jorge Pedrero. Thank you, Jorge. Faroe Islands getting gusts of 155 mile an hour. Winds, Claire Bear saying, quality mobile video. Yet to go to bed from Los Angeles. Wow. If you smile, F-15's in the loop. JP Krause, thank you. Matt Foster, all gone quiet on the Death 31 front. Maybe they've gone elsewhere. Pretty annoying as would have been cool to see it. ATC Fool. Your road trips are the best. Steph, I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you. If we had a more reliable and stable connection, which you're not going to get with anything unless you literally have a bleeding great big dish on the roof. Oh, planes! More of that. Not good getting goosebumps when you got cold. I've not got a cold, but when you are cold, or when it is cold, should I say? I'm not cold. I'm just saying, okay.
double goosebumps. Go on, Sam. Nice. Here comes a hot pit truck. Jet fuel, JPA. Yeah. Bigger than the one that we got at Staines International, isn't it? Oh, ditto. This is cavalcade coming down here. Smell of tyre smoke wafting up here. Lady loves her military stuff. Oh, so do I, man. I mean, you know, I'll be honest with you, if this was a couple of Spitfires playing around, I'd love that as well. Love the sound of a Merlin engine, me, or a P-51 Mustang, or a Lancaster Bomber, or whatever it might be. A lot slower, but the sounds are just beautiful. Merlin engine. There's no historic engine like it in terms of sound, especially the high speed dive from the P-51 Mustang with its cannon barrel inlets howling away. Chrissy loved the fire truck earlier. The fire truck was ace. Claire Bear, James McKelvey. I was working at Nick Hull, Scotland's race circuit. Nick Hull. When the Pirelli Jet truck came to visit, still a highlight of my time working there. Knockhill, I think that is, isn't it? Isn't that Knockhill? Is the racetrack at in Scotland? I think it might be a typo, not Nick Hull. Ian Morrison, Mycroft Holmes, you can buy jet fuel scented candles. Yeah, we did try that once before, didn't we? And it was like ridiculously expensive, and not only that, but I'll be honest with you, wouldn't it just be I mean, obviously I'm not saying that you should do this, but the smell of kerosene, isn't that what we smell? The blend of Jet A1 and it's kerosene, isn't it? Mainly the most big part of that smell. Simple Jumbo military stuff has no baffles, just raw power. Indeed, it does. Flight of the Valkyries, Kitty Cat Jats. Merlin engine sound is the best ever HGC. Yes, Sir Wayne making a very good point to Windowmaker 69 when doing just two sorties a day by increasing the amount of missed approaches or go-arounds. This adds to the number of entries in their log. Yes, that's very true. I don't think that these, what we saw then, the missed approaches, I don't think they're actually classified as missed approaches. So there is another name for it, isn't it? A military term rather than missed approaches. Ben Maron, so lucky where he lives near Sywell. Constantly hearing and seeing the Spitfire there, caught them doing a photo shoot with a Hurricane. Wow, yes. Claire Bear had 4 Spitzland at Benson one day. Jez White, Haruka Tenno. Man, even the fuel trucks look menacing in the military. Yeah, they do. Lloyd Bell, F-15 going over Edinburgh. Andy Parker, 4 engines on the Lancaster, even better. Proper goosebumps, yes. And the thing with a Lanc, it could be a high speed or a low speed pass. Either way, you're going to get goosebumps, and I'm even getting goosebumps. I'm even getting goosebumps thinking about it. It's crazy, isn't it? Frank E. Cromer, just checked my yacht. Storm Ingen smashing into the east coast, into the coast here in Alsund in Norway. Wishing you all the best, Frank. Hopefully keep that boat lashed out as best you can. I'm guessing Rabs, a season ticket holder, Carol Smith, great coverage. Thank you. Can't have sound at work. My colleagues would think we're being invaded. Oh, that's a shame, Carol. Clive Clark, F-15's heading, Paul Freeman heading home from Mac Loop, short and sweet and tidy. Josh Manchester. Wow, Lakenheath, it's been about 23 years since Josh Manchester was here. Rab H. Ian Hannah, Mycroft, John Grinham, Rock Dodger, Painter Girl. F-15's entering Litchfield corridor now. CPR, thank you. Claire Bear, my ex used to smell of Merlins. Well, I'm sure he smelled of oil and grease and fuel. That general mixture of components. I know exactly what you're talking about. And what a wonderful smell. Did he have it ingrained in his skin, maybe, from working on the engines? Wow, how cool is that? Low approach, Ian Whiting. There we go. It's a low approach, Mycroft Holmes. So yes, not a go around, a low approach. Thank you, Bilge Pump, Kerosene, John Grinham, Storm Chiara, James McKelney. Are military pilots regulated with flying hours? Regulated. Oh, I see what you mean. Like if we're talking about if they, they're only allowed to do so many hours. I'm sure there is some kind of regulation, isn't there? But in terms of sorties, if you're in a dogfight situation, if you're going up to attack something, or if you're flying out on a sortie, it's not going to take 11 hours or anything like that. But of course, one needs to bear in mind that the workload of a fighter pilot is certainly a lot more than it would be as a commercial airline pilot. There's certainly no autopilot. There's no sit back and relax. There's no coffee coming in to for you to drink and your sandwiches and all that, or whatever you're bringing. It's a completely different environment, isn't it? Yeah. So, but in terms of regulating the amount of hours they work, I think they obviously are given time off and so on and so forth. But a sortie is a sortie. I can't imagine a sortie would take, if we're talking about sorties, a Bomber Command, remember all the wait time back there, it used to take them like 11 hours or something, wasn't it? Something going into Milton Hall. Yeah, it used to take them, about 3 hours to fly to out to the target, maybe a little bit longer, depending on conditions and so on and so forth, and then maybe the same amount of time back. So but obviously now with a sortie, that's why they have the bases where they have them, and also you would, depending on the target area and what is available in terms of airfields and location, whether you've got ships available as well. Of course, you've got the F-35B, I think it's the B variant or the C variant, one of the two, that the RAF use, which has the capability of carrier operations. Raptor F-15s on their way back from the MAC loop. They're over Birmingham now. Mike Russell is a brand new member. Welcome, Mike. Good to see you here. Any relation to Jack? Keefy Weefy, sorry, loving the show, Jerry, taking my mind off bad news I got today. Thank you, Keefy. Frank E. Cromer, thanks for your concern. Wow, okay, wow. Everything's shut down, schools closed, buses stopped, workers told to go home. Wow, that sounds very much like what happened with Eunice, isn't it? Alex Collins, 8 hours each way in the Vulcan. Was that the yeah, that was the Falkland Islands, wasn't it? Lloyd Bell, RAF Venom, Melody, Rosalind McCartney. I love watching with subtitles, all about the sortie right now. Haha. Okay, so obviously I've read the subtitles quite a few times actually. I have to say they are quite entertaining. Just Theo, Bitter Chop, Kevin Jackson. They have to maintain so many hours per month. Yeah, obviously to keep them, active. You need to have, like commercial airline pilots. I think they also have to have a certain amount of hours of flying time, and they also have to do sim testing as well. I'm not sure what. I think Captain Manny may be able to correct me on this one, but I think it's every 6 months that you're in the sim. Is that right? However, if you're a sprog pilot or a rookie pilot, should I say, and you're having problems with crosswind landings, you're getting normally it would normally be a first officer or a senior first officer, maybe, but a first officer, a young sprog pilot who's having problems with crosswind landings, for example. It's been noted by his line training captain or whoever it might be that he's having a few issues with crosswind landing. Let's get him in the sim so he can build up his strength and his. Is that? Phil Filkins used to do testing on ATG and ATK, could never get the smell off my clothes. Oh, that's what that was. Sorry, okay, I was wondering what people were saying about Venom, RAF Venom. I don't remember. Yeah, okay. So that was an RAF Venom that we just caught. It's doing touch and goes apparently. William Roberts, dare I say, I love the sound of a Chinook. Ooh. Yes, you can say it, William, and don't sing out loud and proud that you love the sound of a Chinook, amongst other aeroplane engines or helicopter engines or whatever it might be. But yes, we all love the sound of a Chinook here on Big Jet TV. So you're not alone, William. Come out. Wayne, good afternoon to you. Sarah Louise, Andy V, good afternoon. Robert Howard, fantastic show, one of the best I've seen. Good to see some military might. Thank you, Robert. Yeah, always good to see. Trust me, if these guys were on my doorstep, I nearly said RAF Heathrow, like Heathrow, then you know I would be properly mixing it up. But you know, we all love our commercial stuff. We love the intensity of it, and you know, this comes in. You know, like look at what we're doing now. You know, we're sitting here and just waiting. Ben Maron, just want to say though, Jerry, thanks for the streams. Really makes my day. Thank you, Ben. Cheers to you, my friend. All the best, Melody, to you and your husband. Private contractor, supplier of jets for training, Mycroft Holmes. Is that maybe talking about the trainers that we saw going out earlier on, the Hawks? Still doing whiffadills over the North Sea, Tim Hills. So they're still being hunted down by the fighters. Phil Filkins, can't beat the Chinook sound. You do know when they're coming and all. Chinooks take other half back to Camp Bastion. Steffi Quinlan, Mike Spink, Daniel Pearson, Claire Bear. Mike, it is windy. Well, can I nip into the truck and grab a sandwich? Is that worth doing? There we go, Mycroft Holmes. It's occasional, so it keeps it special and original. I've got to say, you know. The fact that we travel overseas as well, and look at our globe, our global map of streaming locations, folks, and you'll see how far we travel outside the UK. Feels like it looks like about 4 o'clock with the way the sun's going down, for God's sake. What's going on? Just a minute, don't say anything, Jimmy, because I'm going to come to the communication device and stuff. Okay, there we go.
Right then. Yes. Okay. Brandy. Lance D. You're clear to eat hot. I'm going to hot pit if I can, but I might Mike Spink. Great place to be, Ontario. John Grinham. John Grinham saying if a BAC 111 flew over now, it would sound like a flipping a fighter jet. People loving the map. Steve Stevens, don't get too comfortable. Jets inbound. Okay. Okay. Cut the engine and listen out. Japan is on the map. Adam the Great. Down under. Oh. Keeps doing that. Hold on. Mike Spink, I was watching 111 727s and Tridents taking off this morning on YouTube. You know, folks, if you look back on the, I don't know which episode it was of On Air, whether it was episode 1 or what, I'm not sure, but on one of the shows we showed John Travolta's 707 taking off, and what a screamer that was. Judy, did we ever show that one from that 707? Remember the fast taxi, the green one, that fast 707 taxi with the crazy screaming takeoff? On one of the on-air shows. Remember, I was going to show it, and I don't know if I did. Wow, Lance D, my wife's late uncle was based for a time at Lakenheath flying F-100 Super Sabres in the 60s. Wow, Super Sabres, man, they were in the days of the MiGs, weren't they? I'll have to have a flick through them. I'll have to have a flick through.
We did play it out. Adam had to
Matt Cat Lady spent many happy times planes watching at Lakenheath. Even more happy moments at Mildenhall Air Fates. Yeah. Andrew Hickinbottom doesn't remember seeing it. T-45 Goshawk might be on its way back. Ben Maron, thank you. Mycroft told him, does John Travolta still fly his large jets? I think he's now parked that 707 in Sydney at a. It's in Sydney, isn't it? At one of the museums as a static display. CPR Hawks at 6,000 feet on its way in. Here we go. Now, I wonder what this Hawk's going to do. It's probably not going to do anything, I wouldn't have thought. I wouldn't have thought it's going to do anything sort of like, you know, super duper. Mic going on. Oh.
In formation as well. That's pretty cool. Does that mean that they? Oh no, they're not. They're not the Hawks, are they? There's a couple of F-15s. No, they're not. They're F-35s. Sorry. The other one is run and break, isn't it? Where they both fly in and one lands and the other one overflies the airfield. Run and break, isn't it?
Yeah, nearly touch and goes.
Why is that?
Too light the first time, so
H, loving it. Sukada, Melody, Glynis, Forrester, finished work. Big Jet TV now on the telly with the sound up. Stephen Parsons, amazing to think as a nipper I used to play a joint strike fighter that was about this plane in the late 90s, and here it is now, yeah. 30 odd years old, some of these jets, man. Crazy. Okay, so those Gaza T, thank you Gaza. Always nice to have a bit of a compliment with the old tracking, because it's tricky with the jets, isn't it, with these military jets. Now, do I get another go at having that sandwich? Or shall I just write it off and eat it on the way home or something? I don't know. Mind you, that's another 3 hours. Yeah, but they can come down real quick, can't they? That's the thing. Pete's Keating has made me feel so depressed about it. Don't feel depressed, Pete. It's all good. It's all good. You can take breaks between your day job and watch Big Jet TV. Know that you are always welcome as a viewer and as a member, especially as a member here on the show, and a great family that we all have together. It's another thing that we were discussing to our good friends at YouTube yesterday about how fortunate we are, how blessed we feel, and grateful we are to have such an incredible family of people, is the best way to describe it, on Big Jet TV. And that has to be said, thanks in a lot of ways to YouTube. Okay, another set of F-35s. Just the 2 ship. It's going to be a split. Yeah, just phone the RAF up. No, not the RAF. the Royal Navy. Yeah, just oh, sorry, we're on a mission. Oh, really? Got a war on. Oh, yeah, take a day off, can't you? Oh, he's clearing it out. He's clearing the baffles. Getting this thing ready. Here we go. Strong, fast. Approach and run all the way down the runway at 100 feet. Go on, son. Scum works. On what? I did ask him something, didn't I? Now I can't remember what it was. For God's sake. A couple of hawks for you, folks. Target practice. Geezer flared it. Parker, 2 F-15E Strikers moved towards Hull Beach Air Weapons Range. Nice. About to have some fun. Trevor Russell had to turn the sound down. Didn't want to offend the neighbours. Oh, you must have lovely neighbours then. Either that or just nip round, knock on the door, just say do apologise for the noise that's just about to come out of my speakers. Chris Savage, I miss the Buccaneers and the Phantoms. Remember those, Chris? Especially the Phantoms, man. It's one of the favourites amongst a few. The English Electric Lightning, of course. Of course, the Vulcan was always a big crowd puller, wasn't it? Even back in the 80s, 70s as well, you know. Avro Arrow, does ARD sell these military jets and models too? Yes, they do, Avro. They got quite decent. So I looked to me left and I was like, oh, what's that? It's a flipping crow in it, coming in to land on the tree. It's nothing, mate. It's only a crow. CPR Hawk now descending over Stanford training age. Stanford, read all about it. Yes, headphones do work a treat. Alex Hilton, I know there's a McDonald's just down the road, but they won't bleeding deliver anything down this way, will they? They're not, which is quite surprising, really. They'd probably get quite a lot of business if they did. person asking which camera do we use? Very common question. Panasonic VX1. The Panasonic VX1, believe it or not, probably one of. Well, it's the VXF1, but to be honest with you, you don't need an F1, do you? The Panasonic VX1 is good enough in Italy. Oh, there we go. She's written it then. Yeah, but you don't need the F1. The V1 is quite good enough. Does the job. Frank E. Cromer reminds me of the summer here with Eurofighters flying at around 500 feet down the fjord. Wow. Pining for the fields. Avro, Arrow, Trev Russell, Captain Manny's back, Chris Breezy, Melody. CFB Moose Jaw doesn't have air shows anymore. It's kind of the case with the UK, really. And to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan of air shows. I mean, I love air shows. Don't get me wrong. I'd love an air show if they had no PA whatsoever, none at all, no PA at all. Well, certainly no music. Let's put it that way. And all the presenters had to not talk during can talk during the taxi, but not talk once the aircraft starts its display run. Obviously, you know, most of the time these the air shows, the aircraft goes out and then it disappears off for 15 minutes or however long while it's doing its doing circuits, waiting for the other aircraft to continue its display or finish its display or whatever it might be. But if only I mean, I'm one to talk tonight, but I just do try my best to not talk whilst the aircraft is doing the business, if you see what I mean. I think it's only fair and it's fair on you, especially as the viewer, that I'm keeping us shut whilst the aircraft are on manoeuvres. Rainier Corporal, blimey, hello Rainier. I remember the Big Jet TV iPhone times with the red iPhone case. Yeah, and the red Mercedes to go with it, with the roof rack. Ranji, any plans for a show from an aircraft carrier? Yeah, good luck with that, Ranji. I don't know if that's a joke or what, but yeah, that's never going to happen, is it? F-15's over Hull Beach now, turning towards Lynn. Milo Parker talking about motocross. There used to be a motocross track that I used to come up to here, right next to Mildenhall. In fact, I think it was called Mildenhall. Algernon Sale Gravy say bless you from earlier. So he's obviously watching it on repeat, watching it as a playback. Thank you very much. Hawk over Feltwell, HGC. Sherry Hallier, wow, great shot. Nigel Gale, a couple of F-15s strafing at Hull Beach, weapons range. Wow. See, now, if I knew that was happening, I'd go to Hull Beach. How far's Hull Beach? Of course, the Tornadoes. Yes, remember the Tornadoes, the Jaguar as well, that they'd fly at the air displays. Captain Manny, thank you. Mike Spink, great camera work, thank you very much indeed. I try to be as smooth as I can. Skunkworks is a new member. I got you, my friend. Thank you very much indeed for joining, and great to see you here. Minecraft Times, yeah, helicopter. Skunkworks just joined, worth every penny. Thank you so much, Skunkworks. That's very kind. Admiration to the pilots, awesome job, Trev Russell. Hawk on very short approach now, CPR, way past that, thank you. They land so deftly, Mycroft saying. Gillian Sankey. Looks like a bug. Does, doesn't it? Jez White. Fearless Graffiti. Defected Records. Fearless Graffiti is a brand new member. Is that defected? But very good to see you here, Fearless. Claire Bear, Fast as Funk, Sherry Hellier. Are there many spectators there? Henry. Now, is that a typo, or is she asking someone called Henry about them being somewhere? Anyway, there's our first of the Hawks returning to so that's an Aggressor jet, folks, which basically is a flying computer. That's the target for the day, for those pilots doing that particular training scenario. Bits and Pieces UK, Milo Parker. F-15s just seem to be doing laps off the wash. No idea what they're doing. Milo, I think that is probably going in, strafing, and then coming round doing another lap and having another go. I think that's possibly what they're doing there. Adam the Great, we hear our neighbour's side, turn it up when the jets take off. Girl turn tuning in. Trevor Russell. He just turned it up higher. Andrew Hickenbottom, Phantoms were awesome, and they are huge to see in person. Of course, was one of my favourite fighter jets during the we've got a couple of low ones coming in here, folks. Here we go. Okay, this is going to be a overfly, I'm sure it is. Or is this a run and break? king of the wheelies, man. Go on, son. All the way down to the end. Fantastic. Wow, strong. Tyre smoke's wafting right over him, man. Arrow asking what a fweep is. A fweep is the way of spelling the sound as the actuators control the engine nozzles. I think they're not directional nozzles, of course. Well, they squeeze the nozzles, don't they? Ian Morrison gorgeous when they land. Vortex viewer. The statement still stands. What's he saying? Yeah, well, it's a statement and it's an opinion, isn't it? Everybody has their own opinion and is entitled to it. Yeah, you don't have to. Oh. So, folks, this is what you're seeing here is what's known as a hot pitting exercise, where basically these guys are now going to a remote pan where the ground crews will literally stick pins in them to disarm certain parts of the aircraft and safety pins, basically. Remove before flight tags, as you've seen hanging from these aircraft and other aircraft, of course, which they will then dispatch those aircraft across the airfield, out of sight from us, where they will refuel. They'll shut one of the engines down here. I believe it's at this point possibly that they'll shut one of the engines down, and then they will be sent over to the other side of the field. Unless these guys are not going to do that, because obviously they've already been hot pitting, haven't they? So, or unless they're going to do it again, I don't know. Got a fueling Bowser up the top of the field there. I don't know what's going on there. Lady Hull, another set of F-15s inbound. Thank you, Lady Hull. ADC-4. Those are also known as Strike Eagles. Yes, indeed they are. The F-15E Strike Eagle. Rosalind McCartney. Hope it's easier than striking one of those wee pins in the... Slightly bigger than those pins, it has to be said. It's not like Reese. Over and above the hills they come. Right, a bit close, isn't it? Whoa, look at that! Easy, son. Late break and all. Hot pitters, robots in disguise. Wow, look at this. Yeah, it was just like, you know, most basic pizza you can possibly have. Yeah, Papa John's.
Clanking diesel over there.
Yeah. No. Cheese and tomato. No. Can I just shout it out? Oh, okay. Okay, so there's no. Okay. Read them out again, would you? Can you read them out again? Chicken. 18 shouties that woke the cat up. Yes. That's it. you can see those elevon movements. You can see. It's quite interesting to see the ailerons, the outboard ailerons on the wing as well. I didn't really notice those before, but the elevons, I think they're called elevons. The big tail section that you see moving there. You can see that just the slightest little bit of movement from the pilot. It feeds back so perfectly, doesn't it? It's pretty crazy, man. Tony Crystals Chen. This is awesome. Thank you, Tony Crystals. I think we're done for the time being on these. We got anything else out there? I think we've got at least another 2 Hawks, haven't we? Crazy fluctuations. Donna Condon. End of carbon. Oh yeah. Far end. Whoa, no. If it's in a sort of like yes, far left. The car park bit, yeah? Not the road that goes up. It turns left into the car park, far right hand corner. Yeah, that's right, yeah. No, I'm not at the entrance, I'm at the far end, away from the entrance. No, if you turn in and you turn into the car park, it's... Yes, that's right, yes. It's a shame you can't... Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. I'll see him turn up, mate. ATC 4, these guys are the tip of the spear. Leodensian, Hawk inbound, 31 years young. Sarah Louise. I think you can probably pick these Hawks up pretty cheap, can't you? They've done the rounds and done everything they need to do in terms of training and so on and so forth, and probably available for sort of like 3 or 4 million. And then you go and get yourself all kitted out with the onboard systems, and then lease them out to places like this, other RAF bases and so on and so forth. Mycroft Holmes, one of the F-15s and F-35s and the Hawk hooligans are back on base. It's usually shut up shop time. Sometimes they keep going until the national anthems are played in the last of the afternoon. Yes, we have heard the over from that particular hut there where we've had before. Actually, no, we don't. We hear the national anthem, don't we? It's not the Stars and Stripes. It's the etc. But there's no vehicles over here at the moment, so that means that have they shut shop? With the extinguishers still being where they are, that would lead me to think that there may be a second sortie or second operation going on this afternoon. Be quite cool if it's 3 o'clock. Are we you talking a little bit sort of late in the day for another sortie to go out? Okay. Chocky, why use the afterburners for takeoff? You don't make the couple of hawks. Says that the F-15s went out at 6 o'clock last night. We won't be here at 6 o'clock because it'll be pitch bleeding dark. And if that's how long they're going to take before the goes out, then I'll go out until the break between now and 6 o'clock then. Yeah, we have done the night ops before, but that was where we actually came here for the night ops. I do need to get home, you know, I've been up since 4. Yeah. So I did a bit. Cheetah 1903, yes you can rock up with your ladder and spot. Indeed you can. I'll be honest with you, if you're coming here just to watch, then I wouldn't bother with the ladder. I would probably just come here and watch, don't really need a ladder. It's only if you're obviously filming or taking photographs. Oh, blimey, Avro Arrow. I watched an old Big Jet TV stream where Jerry stopped his van halfway home to show us the ducks. That was Staffy. That was Staffy, wasn't it? He was a massive duck and all, man. I mean, when we talk about ducks, he was as big as a goose. No joke about it. Staffy the duck, he was a lovely ducky, wasn't he? That mic's going off. That mic's going on. Let's see what our power setting is on. Ooh. It doesn't look very good, does it? No. Okay, well then let's go with completely new mic setting. Oh, jets above. To get into that sort of like frosted stage now.
beefy undercarriage on them, haven't they? Mind, all fighter jets have to have big beefy undercarriage on them.
are subject to some heavy landings at times, especially if they have to use the wire. Maiden camp. Designation of jets fighting with letter F is a convention used by the United States Department of Defense. The F in fighter jet designation stands for fighter. Okay. Okay, kind of makes sense. Oh, a wingman formation. There we go. The other one's the is it run and break or where they both overfly the airfield and one breaks away and then the other one breaks away after that, I think is the run and break. But the wingman formation, thank you Mycroft. Skunkworks videography is superb, thank you sir. Always appreciate that, thank you Skunkworks. By what, Julie? What are you talking about? Where? Oh. Oh. Paul Freeman, thank you. Standing in the wind to entertain us. I'll do anything to entertain you lot, to be perfectly honest with you. You're worth it. Simple as that. Okay, folks, jump down into the van and I think we're all right for jets, are we, GP? Yeah. My nose is grizzled, my eyes are old, my knees are old and bent. What's that? Cool. Okay, don't say anything for a second, Julie. Don't say anything for a second. Stand by. Oh, I need to warm my hands up because they're getting to that point where I can. Okay, what's happening on a Wednesday, Julie? Jawohl. Yeah. Oh. No way. Don't book anything beyond that. Yes, yes, yes. What's that? Oh, cheers, thanks for that. Cheeky so-and-so. You're at an age where you need to take care of yourself. Brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, thanks for that. Is he delivering in a car or a motorcycle or what? Transport in Kent. F-50s, F-35s. They are a beautiful aeroplane, aren't they? It's just it's crazy, isn't it? How we discussed the other day or the other week or whenever it was, discussed it a couple of times. How amazing it is that the aesthetics of a modern jet are. We're so lucky that they look so beautiful, isn't it? You know, and unique in every way. This isn't him here, is it? In a white van? No. I'm going to sling it over the fence. Mario! Hey, how you doing?
about Les. Yeah, 70 plus. I'd like to get there. Hobby time. Jerry needs to take multivitamins. Anyway, everyone needs to take multivitamins. For God's sake. I think we're all. I think we've got everyone in now, haven't we? All the jets are in, aren't they? Skunkworks F-35s look like Thunderbird 1. They do. You're absolutely right. They do. Melody, exactly the same. Blimey, that's mine that's sitting on the doorstep then, isn't it? Aidan Campbell, the E3 Sentry is a specific aircraft that falls under the designation of E, essentially a modified 707 aircraft equipped with a large radar dome on top of the fuselage. Yeah, as is also the KC-135, based on the 707 fuselage, but a lot wider. They had to literally rebuild the 707 because the original 707 is the same width as a 737, folks. Get that one. That's kind of crazy, isn't it? It's a very skinny aircraft, the original 707. So they had to literally widen it, and therefore, if you look at it against the 707, it's much bigger and beefier. Maybe a little bit shorter, or maybe a bit longer. I don't know, one or two, but. Lucy Roberts, at least there's no singing yet. And great, the design under the jets are made to reflect radar for stealth and also sleek for speed, hence why they look how they look underneath. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. It's just what I'm saying is, it's just we're very fortunate that it comes out that way, isn't it? You know, because obviously it's for aerodynamic purposes as well. You know, everything has to be centered around aerodynamics, but for these aircraft is aerodynamics and stealth, isn't it? And which is why the F-35 looks like it does in terms of it being quite a hefty looking jet in terms of the underside of it, because it doesn't have, even though it's got the capability of slinging stuff underneath the wing, all the weaponry and armory is all that lot is all is inside, like almost like bomb doors, you know, where it comes out on a hydraulic or electrically actuated arm, and fires its missile or launches its missile or whatever it does. But there's a tremendous amount of ordnance that can be stowed inside the belly of the F-35. James McKelney, terrestrial TV. Watch and learn. This is entertainment. Well, I'm glad it is for you guys. Good morning to you, Karina Roebuck, 17 Mustang. There's a Thunderbird. Look at Scott Monument. Jono Godley. What a nice surprise to see Jerry coming live from Lakenheath. Driven past it many times. Thank you, Jono. Hope you're well. Hiking and biking Scotland. I prefer the look of the F-22. They look mean. The Raptor. Yeah, it's funny because the Raptor and the F-35 do, from certain angles, have a very similar look to them. But I do like the Raptor. it's a great looking jet plane. Only time we've seen them is up in Anchorage, where they fly out of the airbase, which is relatively nearby. Urban Image. It's not over yet, Urban Image. We're just waiting because, obviously, as I mentioned earlier on today, operations usually start around about 8 AM, but they started a lot later today. So we are just wondering whether there may be some operations happening. And when you say driving back to Heathrow, I hope you don't mean, are you driving back to Heathrow to do a show? Because I've been up since 4. Yeah, come on Jerry, flipping heck. What's the matter with you? Can't you do a 12-hour shift and also drive for 3 hours? Brian Cassidy, I am inside the van whilst you observe the camera. Well, it's just static at the moment, unfortunately, but Arrow, Anchorage in April. Well, that's the plan, isn't it, Julie? Because that was what we did last year, wasn't it? So that would be the plan. Mark Chandler, there was an AWACS parked between the Air India 350s and Toulouse last week. Yes, Mark, there was, and I think that might be the French Air Force. Have we been live for 6 hours, Julie? Wow. Okay, 5 hours and 5.5 hours. That's not too bad, is it? Will you have the pleasure of the A11, M11, M25? I don't do the M11 generally, Clive. I cut across and all the way across, go past Duxford and wave at the B-17 amongst all the other aeroplanes. Wave at them, go past Duxford on my left, and then cut across all the way down to the well, they call it the M1, but it's not. It's the A40. Is it 405 or I don't know. But anyway, it's yeah. Lift is a terrible film, someone say. Steve, you didn't hear that. Adam Great gets up at 3 and then yeah, but you don't drive for an hour and a half, stand on top of the van with very little sitting down. Obviously I'm sitting down at the moment, but yeah, great view for stunning sunrises as well. Wow, sounds great, Adam the Great. Mike 7896, I've gone up 3 AM, drove almost 4 hours for an air show, stayed all day, drove 4 hours back home. Think it was about 10 PM when I got, wow, yeah, that sounds like a great day. But you're not doing it every Wednesday and every, well, it's not every Wednesday. Oh, I don't know, whatever. See, even the coffee bloke's gone home, look, even the burger van's gone home. And when the burger van goes home, it's a bit like Bagpuss, isn't it? Rab H only half a day, half a shift. Yeah, it's always fun getting up for anything that you're doing, like an air show, isn't it? Because you're obviously excited to get there, and the excitement is it doesn't, it's sort of like it makes the journey shorter, does it? Maybe. 505 Bulldog, Clyde Clark. I think so. Yeah. Zoe B. Corona. C5 Alan. No C5s, Alan. Alan, were you there on the other day? We caught a C5. I actually said, is C5 here? Excuse me. Kind of needed that. Yeah, I think the burger man's gone. But C5, yeah, we caught a C5 on the show on Sunday. Adam the Great A404M, there we go, Bad Thunder. The A380 in Lift is just... Oh, yeah, Chili told me about this film Lift, yeah, this one with where they had to scramble the A380's transponder or something and sent a drone in its place, landed the A380 in a remote region and got all the gold off of it, and then I don't know. Yeah, basically told me everything. But well, he actually didn't tell me the end of it, did you? You didn't say what happened at the end of it. But if anything, I'd love to watch that. By the sounds of it, I'd love to watch that live with everybody else watching me watch it. Well, you could do it if I didn't have it on the screen. But anyway, the A380 in Lift is just terrible. So is it CG then, the A380? Is everything CG in that? Adam the Great, Ian Morrison, Claire Bear. I was up 6 AM on Sunday and saw the most amazing sunrise. Yeah, it's sometimes it's a good thing to get up relatively early because you know, it's all about once you're up, you're up. It's not like, you know, it's actually pulling yourself out of bed. It's that physical sort of like, you know, that's why sometimes it's almost good to just jump out of bed and like, you know, and wake yourself up, and then you'll be happy that you did. I play golf quite a lot early in the morning, so we get an early tee off time, so we're done by sort of like midday, that kind of thing. But you know, and it is just a, sometimes when you go into bed in the night before, it's like, oh god, I've got to get up, but it's all right. Once you're up, you're up. ATC Fool F-22 is a speciality aircraft, air-to-air. Oh, okay, so it's because obviously the F-15 and F-35 multi purpose, isn't it? All-weather aircraft capable of all different fighting scenarios. Is the F-22's speciality air-to-air combat. It's certainly agile enough, that's for sure. Jeanette Haynes, the husband's just come in saying, are you still sat there watching Big Jet TV? Brilliant. Yes, she is! Rohit Parkel, I am a filmmaker in Bollywood and Lift was embarrassing to me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, low budget, probably, quite low budget. But then when you think of low budget, you're probably talking about like 5 million or 10 million or something like that. Yeah, it's a. I think I'm drawn to watching it just based on what Jilly said. Thank you, Aidan. John O'Godley, a live show during one of the Duxford air shows this summer. Not happening, Jono. I think Duxford is covered by the folks at. There's a team that go around and does the air shows, don't they? They're well rehearsed at doing it now. They know what they're doing. They're very specialist. And they're good at it, don't get me wrong, you know, but it is very sort of like, you know, commercialized and a little bit, you know, jolly old hockey sticks and all that. And also coupled with that, you can't live stream from Duxford and other air shows, to be honest with you, because you'll be booted out of the premises. Obviously you can go outside of the fence, and you know, there's nothing stopping you from filming outside of the fence. You know, to be honest with you, I've looked at the opportunity of doing something from Duxford outside of the fence, but there is nowhere to go. I mean, there are a couple of farm tracks and stuff like that, but you know, I don't know. It's oh hello, I see a Bowser long range moving around the airfield. Is he going to refuel something? Is he being used for refueling? But we'll have to see. Whilst these fire extinguishers are on the airfield at the stands, generally indicates that there's going to be more activity. But yeah, Jono, you might have seen attempts of live streaming from air shows before, and for me, the frustration of everything is the commentary that you have from the loudspeakers, the PA system, which is usually a very basic PA system. Well, it's usually quite good actually, and it's actually very loud and very overpowering. And you know, if you see a Spitfire taxiing out for departure, then fair enough. If it's a long way away, you're not going to hear the engine anyway. It'd be lovely to hear it coming past you from 30 feet away, like spitting and popping and banging and all that kind of thing. But then when it takes off, you know, you do not need any more commentary, and you certainly don't need any commentary when the aircraft is doing its display. And that's what, and not only that, but coupled with that, you don't need fancy pop music. I know I sound very old there, but go with me on this one. What I'm talking about, pop music, when an aircraft is doing a display, especially a historic aircraft like a Spitfire, you don't need something like Highway to the Danger Zone playing. Like, it just does not fit. And you don't need music, period, for flying displays. Let the aircraft do the talking, and then just no commentary over the PA, no music, just the aircraft doing its thing. I believe that we didn't used to do. I don't remember when I was a kid there being music. Obviously there was you know, Raymond Baxter and all his mob, which was great. That was mainly on the TV, but the commentators, I'm not sure how active they were during the air shows, the air displays of years gone by, back in the 70s and 80s. But I think it's definitely gotten a lot more sort of like, a lot more involved with people talking and playing music over the aircraft, which I'm not a big fan of, and that's why I've decided I'm not going to do any more air shows. It's as simple as that. They know better than I do. They can do their own thing and make shed loads of money from selling tickets, etc. La-di-da-di-da. And good luck to them. Now, this Bowser is now making its way out and around, and you might see it. Let me just see where you are. Okay, there we are. Okay, so you will see that Bowser come past in around about 5 minutes, I think, 2 or 3 minutes. Or is he going to come all the way around? I don't know. Andrew Hickenbottom, it ain't over till the Burger Man slings. Well, the Burger Man has slung. He's gone. The parking lot here has emptied out quite a lot. And I'm wondering whether, I mean, I've kind of missed my opportunity now, haven't I, in terms of getting back and missing traffic. I mean, if I left now, you know, it would be better than leaving at 5 o'clock, because then I'm right in the middle of it, aren't I? Nick Gray, American van bag puss. Indiana Bones, when Jerry goes to sleep, all his friends go to sleep. That's very funny, actually. Oh, I'm miles behind on the comments. Sorry, folks. Daniel Pearson, have you considered a Bristol show? No, my friend, I haven't. Maybe July the 14th at 2:30 p.m. Oh, he's obviously flying out of there, isn't he? Or he's flying in or something. Melanie popping out from Lurking to say that the Sidmouth Air Show, they explain the Red Arrows manoeuvres, but it's not a continual commentary. Now, Melanie, that's one piece of commentary that I don't have a problem with. And I'm in agreement there. Because the air displays are some distance from you and you still get to hear that's the one commentary that I don't have a problem with. And you're absolutely right, Melanie, the Sidmouth, amongst others. I think the RAF, the Reds do a fantastic job in explaining everything to everybody, and you hear the guy get ready, and all that coming from the leader of the pack. Okay, someone just turned up in a car, but that looks far too expensive for somebody delivering a pizza. Oh, Mike 7896 can't stand the commentators in their show, but the music is okay so long as it's appropriate rock music for the aircraft line. I just got to be honest with you, Mike, I'm not a big fan of it. It ruins it. Because it distracts people from it distracts me anyway, especially when you're standing right next to one of those bloody PAs. And the trouble is at air shows, 9 times out of 10, wherever you are, you're standing next to a PA. If it's along the fence line, there's always within, because they space them out, don't they, every sort of like 10 meters or something like that, where there's a great big megaphone, and it just I just want to hear the pure noise. I mean, what you've heard today, would you feel happy if I was playing out music? I mean, we've had it on the show before where you've said no, don't want any music, stop the music, stop all the background stuff, let's just hear the aeroplanes, and that's what we've arrived at. Simon Mason, Torquay Air Show is a free public show. Yes, it is indeed, but unfortunately it has music and commentary, so and good luck to them if they want to continue doing it. If they 99% of people are probably more than happy to have some bloke burbling over the top of it, and also music coming out and ruin the sound of the aircraft. It's entirely up to them. I don't have a problem with it if they want to do it, but I just don't want to be part of it. Simple as that. Adam the Great, don't blame you not doing any air shows. If they have no PA speaking, just let us paid viewers just listen to the planes. That would be great again. Yes, indeed. I think that the guys who do the videos, the live footage at the air shows, unfortunately it's pay-per-view, isn't it? If you want to watch those air shows with those guys, the thing with that is that I think they have the mics inside the fence, and therefore you don't get to hear the commentary, I believe. However, they have their own commentary and talk over it, so it's kind of like, Andy P, Melanie, Jez White, normally ops do end after 1500 hours. Where's this bleeding pizza, Jilly? Oh, great. Is there no man, I'm not going to be sitting here. Okay, so it's not too far. I'm just wondering what I should do here, mate. I'm just wondering whether I shouldn't get myself ready to go, pack up and get ready to go. Keep talking and all that, obviously, but because I don't think anything's going to happen, mate. And anyway, we've had some amazing footage today, haven't we? Haven't we? What's that? Oh. What? Well, that may be the case if you've got a static position. Yeah, fair enough. You know. But if he's not here by 35, mate, I'm going to sod off. I mean, I'm going to bugger off. I mean, I'm going to move, go. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I left now, I'd just about hit the 25 as the proverbial stuff starts hitting the fan, innit? Aidan Campbell's getting his gold star sometime in February. Terry Ashworth. Can we track him on the app? Thank you, everybody. Try and keep going until we can't go anymore, Jilly, or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Oh, is there? Ooh, that's quite a lot compared to what it should do. Yeah, it should be an hour, and it should be an hour and 40 minutes, really. Let me just do it on a minute just to post safety check. Walk around. The only man who could ever reach me is the son of a preacher man. This vehicle is reversing. A minute. So that doesn't snag. I'm massively a health and safety person now. After, you know, whenever you attend any kind of a hold on a minute. Whenever you attend any kind of are you serious? Oh, so they haven't even delivered it. Oh, Sodom, mate, Sodom. Yeah, but not you. Oh. Yeah, we're done. Well, I tell you what, as military shows go, I think we had a good one. Now, I can't read your comments, folks. Well, see how far we go, mate, shall we? Just see how far we go? How far we get, Jilly? Son of a preacher, man. Where's the pizza? Where is the pizza? We had quite a few pizza moments, haven't we, Jilly? Okay, just keep an eye on the the feed, Jilly, the data feed. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to say goodbye then, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. It's been great to have you with us and keeping me company and keeping each other company, and welcome all new members. Thank you for gifting, and we'll see you on Sunday, yeah? Oh, no, yeah, no, Friday, isn't it? Friday, we'll see you Friday. Is it still, no? Oh, I'm back. Okay, well, I'll just let you guys know that we will obviously be back on Friday, folks, for on air. usual stuff. Hopefully play out some more videos this time as well, because that seemed to go down quite well. Going to look at some point of in doing getting one or two, you know, in the future. This is special guests on. The difficulty with that, folks, is as you can understand, getting representatives from companies is a very difficult thing, because if it's live, you know, they're always quite sensitive, and also you can't do the same